report down to pool deck to assist with check starting. Could Melbourne Swim Club please report down to pool deck to assist with check starting? Hello and welcome to day 2 of our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships here at MSAC. We had a great day yesterday with some cracking 1500s before some exciting relays to conclude the session to kick us off for this year's Age Long Course Championships. Here on day 2 we've got another big morning of heats. We're beginning with the 12-year-olds in the 200 metre individual medley.
Could we please make our officials welcome down to pool deck? Our technical director for this morning's session is Heather O'Connor. Our referee for the male events is Jacqueline Madden. Our referee for the female events, Len Haney. Our starter for the male events, Harold Gustorf. And our starter for the female events, Sandra Rogerson. We are ready to get underway now with session 2. Kicking off this morning, we have event 23, the 200 metre medley for our 12-year-old girls. We have 3 heats. In the water now is heat 1. Your fastest qualifier in lane 4, Rina Kano, one of our visiting athletes from Japan, entered with a time of 2:28. We keep an eye on our records here. There's some pretty quick times, and we'll see what the girls can do in the heats this morning.
So for many of these, it's our first individual swim of these age championships. We did see 1 or 2 of them having a crack at the 1500 last night, but here's their first swim of their age championship career here in Victoria.
Into that first wall after the butterfly leg, your leader Amber Liu in lane 5 turned in at 34.12, ahead of Sophie Lee in lane 6, not too far behind, with Rena in 4 sitting in that 3rd place spot, but already starting to showcase that great backstroke here, pushing her way up into the lead just ahead of Amber.
Also swimming well down in lane 8 is Shia Lee from Surrey Park. Strong backstroke leg, and she's moved into 3rd place. But it will be Rena, followed through by Amber at that 100 metre turn.
Definitely these middle 250s are where we want to keep an eye on some of those outside lanes. We tend to see a bit of movement come through, particularly in the breaststroke. We're starting to see the girls shift gears here. A little bit of an attack underway by Sophie Lee in 6th. She's starting to close the gap between herself and Amber, with Rena still in the lead and Shia not too far behind.
Yes, nice strong start in the middle of the breaststroke leg here from Rena. She's out to almost a 2 body length lead. She is still holding on to 2nd place out in lane 8 with Amber. But it definitely is tightened up in this breaststroke. There's now 6 of them in it as we go into this last 50.
All of the girls here looking to qualify those top 10 fastest times have the opportunity to come back and race in our finals for our beautiful state championship medals. It looks like it will be Rena who has kind of done the work throughout this race, building that lead. She will hold on with 20 metres left to swim. Amber Liu sitting comfortably in second now, and Shea, what a great swim from her out in lane 8. I think it's going to be a nice personal best. She's holding on to third, I should say, ahead of Julia Trin over in lane 3.
So it is Rena who takes out this opening heat ahead of Amber and Shea for our top 3. We are still waiting for 4 Melbourne Swimming Club check starters to report to pool deck. We are unable to continue until those check starters do report to pool deck, so could you please come down to pool deck now? That's 4 check starters from Melbourne Swim Club.
Into the water now with our second heat of 3 in the girls' 12-year-old 200-metre individual medley. Was a fast start in lane 5 by April Lynn, and pretty close together Victoria Dang and Charlotte Ford in lanes 3 and 4.
Yeah, nice positive start in the centre of the pool in this butterfly, with April going to be leading through this opening 50. It's always good to see that positive butterfly in that opening 50 of a 200 IM, and she leads through into the backstroke leg ahead of Victoria, with Lexi sitting in 3rd place.
That butterfly, always about just setting up the race. We don't want to overexert too much energy. We want to have that little bit of reserve for the next 350s. We're starting to see a real push now from April Lynn in 5. She's got about a body length on the next 3 girls between Victoria, Charlotte and Lexi, who are all almost going stroke for stroke now under that 15-metre rope at the end of this backstroke.
Yeah, so April continues to lead. Victoria's solidly in 2nd place, with April and Lexi touching the wall together in 3rd. As we head into that breaststroke split stroke and look to see who's going to make a move in this opening 25 of breaststroke.
Certainly looks like Victoria Dang over in 3 having a real crack in this breaststroke leg. She was up and firing quickly off the wall, really driving that breaststroke forward. We like to see that. We don't want to waste too much energy going up and down, and it can be easy to sort of end up on the spot a little bit, spin the wheels when you put in that extra effort.
Yeah, keeping that stroke long and powerful, driving forward. But it is all April who's doing a fantastic job of that, and she's extended her lead in this breaststroke and is going to lead into the freestyle with a healthy 5-metre lead. Victoria comfortably in 2nd, and that battle between Charlotte and Lexi is still nice and close.
So as the girls come down in the freestyle, keep an eye on those times. At the moment, it's looking like it'll be around a 2:45 or under it will take to make this final. We'll have a little bit more clarity on that towards the end of this heat. 10 metres left to swim now for April Lynn. Very strong swim for her. She came in with a 2:41 entry time. She's dropped off quite a lot from that 2:34.94 to take out the second heat ahead of Victoria Dang, 2:37.94, with Lexi Tao in a 2:41.55 and Charlotte Ford 2:43.21. Into the third and the final heat now of the 12-year-old girls 200 IM. Some quick starts here from Taylor Holt, and over in lane 1, Claire Danny got away very nicely down this butterfly first 25.
Yeah, so those two are joined by Catherine, and they will be our butterfly leaders through this opening 50 of our third and final heat. So Taylor leads through first in a nice swift 32.7 ahead of Catherine. As we settle into the backstroke, it's starting to even up between Kayla, Catherine, Claire and Arne. Those four are just clear by about a half body length over the other competitors.
We're really seeing Catherine Liu in lane 5 build through this 50-metre backstroke. She started out almost even with Taylor Holt off the wall, and that increase in stroke rate, she's really started to pull away. She's going to be our leader at the halfway point, turning in a 1:14.00. So this heat a little bit slower through at the halfway mark than the previous girls. We'll see what they can do in the breaststroke. We're looking to be sitting under that 2:45 for a real chance at being in the final tonight.
But it is definitely a nice tight battle in this opening 25 of the breaststroke leg. Catherine does continue to lead. Taylor is starting to make some ground on her, and also swimming really well in lane 8 is Ali Chan.
Yeah, Ali's really timed this medley nicely. She's just kind of crept through the field a little bit. We're also seeing a little bit of a movement from lane 3 now, Mia Werza. She's really closed the gap on those two girls in the golden lanes, Taylor and Catherine, and it'll be a race from the middle of the pool down this freestyle.
We expect Werza from Hobart Aquatic to be able to swim breaststroke. I'm sure she must be a relation of the Whirlpool from about 15 years ago, who took out a national title in the 50 breaststroke.
But taking away this freestyle is Taylor Holt. She has just pulled ahead. About a body length separates her from Catherine as she comes down under the flags. Very solid onto the wall there. 2:37.87. Close for second. It will go to Catherine. 2:40.82 ahead of Mia. 2:40.96. And Claire Danny over in 1 flew home in the freestyle to touch in a 2:43.36. Into the pool now, it's event 24, the boys 12-year-old 200-metre individual medley. Once again, we have 3 heats in this event. And for our heats, when we have those top 3 heats, they are circle-seated. So you'll see our fastest athlete swimming out of lane 4 in heat 1, followed by our next quickest athlete will be in lane 4 in heat 2. And then following that, our third fastest in heat 3. So we have these nice even fields across our racing for all these athletes to have the best opportunity of making one of our finals this evening.
And Yi Yang has definitely shown why he is the fastest seed, with a really strong butterfly leg, leading ahead of Lucas and Emmanuel. He was really positive. He was driving forward on that butterfly, attacked it, and is continuing to do that in the backstroke leg, keeping that stroke rate up nice and high, keeping that turnover going as he's continuing to extend his lead over Lucas sitting beside him in lane 3.
Yeah, this is quite a dominant lead we've seen at the halfway point by Yi in lane 4. He'll turn in a 1:08.82. Still pretty close for second and third here. Lucas Yu gets his hand on the wall in a 1:13.65 and Emmanuel in a 1:14.88.
So as we move into this opening portion of the breaststroke, we'll look to see Luca in the centre of the pool start to make a little bit of a move as he's working his way back into that contention for a top 3 finish in this heat, which will be all important to qualify for the final tonight. Yi is continuing to hold that nice lead, but it's maintained in this breaststroke leg. It's sitting still at that 10-metre mark that he had at the end of the backstroke.
We'll probably expect to see that lead increase as he comes off the wall into the freestyle, being that it's a bit of a faster stroke. So he's going to have that ability to get away, and we'll nearly see that lead double here as the boys are still continuing in their breaststroke leg onto the turn. Now there's about 4 athletes pretty close for that second place spot. We've seen Zachary Gray move up and also Luca Mignanelli in lane 5. They have really closed, and it's a race between those 4 for second, but it's all Yi Yang in this first heat.
Yeah, really strong swim from Yi Yang. He's been in control right from the start and will take out this opening heat comfortably and put himself in a good position to qualify in a centre lane for tonight. There's a tight battle for second place, and Luca has moved into second place and he's going to get his hands on the wall just ahead of Lucas in third.
Away we go now with our second heat of boys. It will be Billy Main who pops up in the lead already by about half a body length. William Zhang over in lane 8. He also had a pretty quick start here, but here comes Tommy Zhao in 5 as well. So they're our top 3 at the halfway point.
Yeah, really strong start from Billy in the butterfly. He's going to have over a body length lead at the end of the butterfly leg. He saw Yi in that opening heat, and he's getting out nice and strongly as well. Under 30 seconds. Tomley follows him through with William in third.
I certainly think looking at the names across this heat, we will see a little bit of that movement throughout the breaststroke. We'll be keeping an eye on some of our athletes in lanes 3 and 5, seeing if they can make up a little bit of this gap, because once again we're seeing these super strong starts to the IMs. The young boys here really showcasing early speed nicely. As we come down to turn, it will still be Billy Main in the lead, 107.78, a little bit quicker I think that we saw from our previous heat. And then turning in second, it will be Tommy, 113.87, ahead of William Zhang. And we'll see what the breaststroke boys can do.
So Billy does have that lead, but here come some of those breaststrokers. Already just a couple of strokes in, we're starting to see them make their move in this breaststroke leg. Tommy is holding on to second place. Swimming really well in lane 8 is William. And in lane 3, Leonardo's starting to come through as well.
It was a big lead that Billy had coming into this leg, and he has maintained it quite well. I think the boys would have wanted to close that gap a little bit more into the freestyle. We know he's got quite a strong freestyle left in him as he turns for home. 155.42 for Billy Main ahead of Tommy Zhao, and Leonardo Hernandez moves his way up into that third place spot.
So right from the start, it has been all Billy in this second heat of the boys' 12 years 200-metre individual medley. He's attacking his freestyle nicely as he comes under the false start rope with 15 metres left to swim, and he's going to take out this second heat. It's a tight battle behind him, but it is all Billy for this second heat, and he comes into touch in a time of 2:31.32. That tight battle behind will go to Tommy with Leonardo in third.
Heat 3 underway now, and the middle lanes look to be the ones out early. Thomas Grasso in 4. Good underwater from him. A nice butterfly leg from Josh Coe in lane 3. Sitting very comfortably, and I really like to see that in these IMs. That butterfly has to look easy, and it almost has to be easy, but still obviously pretty fast when we're trying to make a state final.
It's all about easy speed in the butterfly. You want to get down the other end, feeling like you haven't used any energy, but very quickly.
It's a tough battle, really.
So it is Tom who leads through that butterfly and into the first 15 metres of backstroke. He's keeping his stroke rate up nice and high. Josh Coe alongside him is trying to go with him, and those two have cleared out a little bit ahead of George Zwing.
We know that these turns can be super important in our medleys, that transition from one stroke to the next. It's important you don't lose any momentum off the wall, with a few different options for that turn. As we watch the boys, not really any change in leader on the underwater there, so still Thomas out in front of Josh and George in 3rd. We see Gary Wang in 4th. Let's see what the boys can do down this third 50. Looks to me like George Zhang starting to push his way up, close that gap a little bit, and Gary's also still staying within a reaching distance of the 2 leaders.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be a race in 4 over this last 75 metres here in our third and final heat of our boys 12-year-olds 200-metre individual medley. So Gary and George have just both gone past Josh and have started to make their way towards Thomas as we head into the final 5 metres of breaststroke before we hit the freestyle lead.
Certainly a lot of momentum swinging the way of Gary Wang over in lane 2. Coming out with a nice half-body lead now ahead of Thomas Grasso in lane 4. George Zhang sitting on his hip with Josh Coe just behind. And those are your 4 well and truly comfortably out in front, all battling it out for one of these places in that top 10.
Yeah, so fantastic breaststroke leg from Gary. Moved him from 4th into 1st, but it is Thomas Grasso who's taken back over in the freestyle leg and is going to be first into the wall in our 3rd and final heat. Closely followed by Josh, Gary and George.
Could we please have our backstroke ledge volunteers down to pool deck? That is our backstroke ledge volunteers to pool deck now. Thank you.
So underway here in the opening heat of event 25, the girls 13 years 50-metre backstroke. We have 7 heats and a really strong start by Aria Wentz. She leads through the first 25, comfortably ahead of Amelia and Ada alongside her. Really strong underwaters, set herself up in that first 25, and Aria continues to lead and will take out this opening heat in a nice swift swim. As sets the stand of those heaps behind her, Ada touching in second and Amelia in third.
And some quick reactions out of our second heat of the 13-year-old girls 50-metre backstroke. Very nice long underwater over in lane 3 by Jemana Farmi. She pops her way up ahead of Kira Stubbings in 4, and sitting in third will be Anna Kang over in lane 5. Kira a little bit smoother throughout the swim element of this 50, pulls her way up right alongside Jemana, and continuing that momentum there, stroke for stroke under the flags, will be Kira, though, who gets her hand on the wall first. And at 31.83 ahead of Jemana, 32.15, and Anna in third, 32.66.
Underway now, third heat, and a really strong start by Zoe Clemenson in lane 4. She's out to a body length lead through that first 15 metres and stroking nice and smoothly as she makes her way halfway down the pool. Behind her, it's a nice tight battle between Zoe, Luen, Chloe and Grace for that minor place, which will be all important to qualify for tonight's final. But it is all Zoe out in front, and she's going to comfortably take out heat 3 in a swift time of 31.48. Luen in second and Chloe in third.
Away and racing for our fourth heat of the girls' 13-year-old 50 backstroke. Lanes 3, Ava Hager, and lane 6, Neve Kelleher. Good starts and underwaters from those girls, and Neve just continuing to push through in this 50. She's got quite a clear gap between herself and the other girls in the field. Ava still sitting in second, and the race for third, really anyone's game. Could be Isla Eagleton out in lane 8. They come down to touch, though. It will be Neve in a 33.29 ahead of Ava, 34.45. And then super close between third and equal fourth here. Tatum getting her hand on the wall in a 35.43.
Great swim from Neve in the previous heat, and that looks like she's currently sitting inside the top 10 qualifiers with 2 heats to go of our girls' 13 years 50 backstroke. Through the first 25, it's our visitor from Hobart Aquatic, Aspen Armstrong, who leads by almost a body length now over the rest of the field. Also swimming well is Olivia and Millie. They're going to challenge for the minor places, but it is all Aspen as she comes into touch in a 33.84. Millie in second, and Eve getting the touch for third.
Heat 6 underway. Once again, some quick reactions from our outside lane. Sophie Liu in lane 2.57 for her. Up and racing quickly was Alice Shea over in lane 1. And the girls in the middle with a little bit of work to do at 25. Starting to see a bit of movement from lane 6. Alexandra Henniker starting to push her way through, as is Annabelle Tan. So we're just starting to see those middle lanes fire up. It is going to be close on to the finish, though, as the girls come down under the flags.
Touching in first will be Alexandra, with Annabelle close behind and Phoebe coming in third.
Underway in our 7th and final heat of our girls' 13 years 50 metre backstroke. Neve Grant, a visitor from West Side, leads through the opening 25 with Abby and Lily right up alongside her shoulder with 15 metres left to swim. So Neve has maintained her lead that she has from the start. She's going to take out our final heat in a nice time of 35.81 ahead of Abby with Lily in third. All three girls there under their PBs from their entry. Our next event is event 26, the boys 13 years, 50 metre backstroke. We have 6 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1.
So completing their underwaters now, that first heat will be Archie Smith in the lead. Peter Kim stayed under that little bit longer on the underwater. Fraser Blair got cracking, probably the earliest of those centre lanes, but it will be Archie now with 5 metres left to go. He's going to take this one out. Keep an eye on the time, 28.86 ahead of Fraser Blair, 30.34, and then Cooper Scott touches in third, 31.20.
Popping up in the lead is Ethan Carr at the 15-metre mark. He used all those allowable underwaters. Fantastic start, and he's continued to extend his lead through this opening 25 ahead of Blake Allen, with Sean Wang swimming well, holding down third place with 10 metres left to swim. But it is all Ethan. He's going to take out this second heat. 28.93 ahead of Blake, with Sean getting the touch for third.
Third heat underway now, the last of our circle seed in the 50s for the boys 13-year-olds, and it will be Harry Kalurgis in 5 with the early lead. Not too far behind him was Moi Chen in lane 7, and here comes Max Street pulling up right alongside Harry. They come down under the flags. A little extra effort from Harry. Will get his hand on the wall first in a 29.68 ahead of Max, 30.07, and Oscar Zhu in third, 31.30.
As we make our way to Heat 4, currently our top 10 times are sitting at 31.73. So that's the time some of these swimmers will need to post if they want to try and sneak into the final. Through the first 25, it's really even across the field, with Jordan Chu in lane 4 just ahead. So with 15 left, Jordan has pulled out a slight advantage, but also swimming well is Archie and Lucas down in 8 and 9. Those three are going to head to the wall together, but it will be Jordan who touches ahead of Lucas, with Oliver with a good finish sneaking into third place.
Off they go now in our fifth heat of the boys, and almost throw a blanket across these guys. A very straight line across the pool, maybe down in lane 7. Asa Daywood looking pretty good. Also slightly out in front could be Dale Yang, so those two in the lead ahead of Gianluca over in lane 1. As they come down under the flags here, those look like the three to touch first, and it will be Dale in a 33.89 ahead of Asa, 34.08 with Gianluca, 34.15, touching in third from the fifth heat.
Underway in our sixth and final heat of the boys' 13 years 50-metre backstroke. Again, nice and even through this first 25, which is no surprise as all these boys had an entry time within 0.1 of a second of each other. So it is going to be a tight race. Through the 35-metre mark, it is Owen Frawley who's pulled just ahead of the rest of the field as he comes underneath the flags with a slight lead and will take out this final heat in a 34.58 ahead of Oscar, with Jiu in third. We're now moving along to event 27, the girls' 14 years 200-metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. Announcing an infraction report for event 26, heat 6, lane 2. Initiators start before the signal. That's event 26, heat 6, lane 2.
And we are now underway with our 200-metre breaststroke for our 14-year-old girls. Looking across the pool here, we are missing our swimmer out of lane 4. That is just another open lane, an opportunity for these girls to get themselves into one of our state finals. Into the first 50-metre turn, there are 450s in our 200-metre events. It will be Charlotte Kelly ahead of Lucy Reed. Not much separating those two, 36.50, 36.72. And then sitting in third will be Marissa over in lane 6.
And just a perfect opportunity for the parents in the venue. Starting at 9:30 a.m. in the Champions Room is a fueling for training and competition information session. So at 9:30 a.m. in the Champions Room, fueling for training and competition will be a great information to get for those really important thing about feeding your athletes at home.
And certainly if you do have someone racing in this 200-metre breaststroke, I would be heading across to that. These longer events, middle distance races, we certainly need to be setting our athletes up with the best opportunity, particularly in our competition that runs across so many days and so many sessions. you don't just have to turn up and perform once. If you make the final, you've got to come back and do it again. You're probably going to have a few races across the week, and these little extra tidbits of information are so valuable. So make sure we see you in the champions room, I should say, at 9:30 this morning for fueling for competitions. As we look to the pool now, and it's a pretty solid lead we've got here from Lucy Reed. She really motored through that third 50. Out in front in a 158.68. Still sitting in second will be Charlotte Kelly in a 204.43. And then close little race going on for third in this heat between Marissa and Eliza in lanes 6 and 7. So they have that ability to see where one another is, and you really want to be trying to touch in that top 3. Fourth has a decent chance of making it in, maybe scraping in 10th, but top 3 you can pretty much almost guarantee a spot in that final.
An absolutely fantastic swim here by Lucy Reed with an entry time of 2:47. She's going to smash it here in this opening heat of our girls' 14-year-old turn of breaststroke as she comes in to take it out in a 2:40.44. So taking off 7 seconds from her entry time there in this opening heat. Charlotte Kelly comfortably in second place. And we're ahead of this tight battle for thirds. All important to get that full stroke on the wall as she touches the wall. And it is Marissa who gets the touch.
And just keeping an eye on those split strokes from the girls here. The more you can utilise that underwater, the better off you are. There is no 15-metre rule in our breaststroke events, just the ability to complete that breaststroke pull-out or split stroke.
We're in Victoria, so we call it a split stroke. The rest of the world might call it a pull-out, but we're Victorians. We're proud of the split stroke.
As we come down this first 50, it is close between our teammates here in Renee Lister and Tess Izzard, touching in a 36.88 and a 37.06 ahead of Maisie Graves, and then Eve Liu in fourth.
Yeah, really strong opening 50 there from all 3 of those centre lanes, and they have pulled clear of the rest of the field. And Renee's doing a really good job of keeping that length in her stroke and driving forward off every kick. She just starts to extend over her Yarra Plenty teammate coming into this 100-metre turn.
Yeah, I know something that she's really been working hard on in training lately has been that breaststroke kick and being able to use that propulsive phase through the glide in the breaststroke. She is doing such a good job of that. It was a really nice underwater, though, from Tess there. She utilised that split stroke. She's pulled up almost alongside, and both of these girls really trying to continue that attack down this third 50.
Yeah, it does look like Tess has been focusing on this third 50. Aggressive into the wall, and she's just absolutely taken off in this third 50. Moved past Renee and is almost out to a body length lead, with Maisie remaining in third place. So we saw 2 swimmers in that opening heat go under their age national qualifying time with Lucy and Charlotte. We'll see how many of them can join in this second heat.
Always a nice little achievement to be able to tick off a national time in a heat. It does take a little bit of pressure off the finals and have that one that you've got in the bag. You're already there. You're already secured your ticket. So we'll see what they can do this morning. As we just watch down this final 50, Tess has really just started to take away. She's maintained that stroke rate, and if anything, she looks to have almost increased it throughout. Something that we love in a 200 is that ability to build each 50. She's done that very nicely. Renee's still sitting in second, looking fairly comfortable here ahead of Maisie, and then over in that fourth place spot is Matilda Young as they come down to touch, and Tess in a 244.73 takes out heat 2, 247.94 for Renee, and then it will be Maisie in a 250.53.
So we had 4 more girls go under that age national qualifying time. In that second heat, we're moving on to our third heat. Will we need to see all 10? We need to go a national time to make this final.
Wouldn't that be exciting? What a great final. We're going to be set up for a few good races already this evening. Let's see what this third heat of the 200 breaststroke can do. But it's our 14-year-old girls, and it was a quick start in lane 5 by Miller Abley. She's really going after this first 50. Not too far behind her is our swimmer over in lane 6, Amelia Grover. They're going to turn in first and second, and we hope that they can hold on, taking it out very fast in the first lap.
Yeah, nice, strong, aggressive first 50 as they now settle down into their rhythm. They've got themselves a 2-body length lead over both Arabella and Hayley as we enter this second 50.
I'd be keeping a little bit of an eye on some of these girls. We know they race the longer events. Arabella Johnson, no, she's not shy of a 400 either, so we know that she's going to have a strong second 100 and start to try and close that gap. But as we turn at the 100-metre mark, it is still our leader in lane 5, Miller, in a 118.57, ahead of Amelia, 119.65. So out under that 120 barrier, setting themselves up nicely. We look at the 2 fastest times coming into our final tonight, and we saw that 240 and a 244, so they have set themselves up nicely to be around that mark.
Yeah, so we did see Miller getting out the strongest in that opening 50. Slowly Amelia has started to make some ground in that second and third 50, and she's coming up almost alongside her as we head towards this final turn. Start to pull into a clear third place now is Arabella Johnson in lane 4, and those 3 have cleared out from the rest of the field as we head towards this final 50.
So on to the turn, still Miller Abley out in lead in lane 5 ahead of Amelia, and then Arabella into third. She hasn't closed that gap up probably as much as she may have needed to. Miller's still looking pretty comfortable out in front here. The one that I'd be keeping an eye on is Amelia Grover. She has really started to lift here. She's trying to close that gap on Miller Abley, and in a moment I think they're going to be almost stroke for stroke down the final 20 metres of this race.
Yeah, I think Mayor Abley did see Amelia Grover coming at her at that turn, has tried to respond and has held that margin of that half a body length throughout this entire last 50 as they head underneath the flags in this third and final heat for our girls' 14-year-old breaststroke. And it is Miller, followed by Amelia in with Arabella in third. Once again, all 3 of those swimmers underneath their age national qualifying time.
Away we go now with event 28, the 200-metre breaststroke for men's 14-year-olds. We once again have 3 heats. In the water is heat 1, and almost a little bit of a blanket through the centre lanes down that first 25 between Michael, Jaden and Lucas. They've already pulled themselves out ahead of the rest of the field this early on in the 200.
So we saw the girls set the standard just before them. Now it's their boys' chance to have a crack in the 200-metre breaststroke. And it is Michael and Jaden who are going stroke for stroke down that opening 50 and have pulled out a decent margin ahead of Kang Tran, who's sitting in 3rd place after that opening 50. So it is Michael Yang who's extended his lead in this second 50 as he heads towards that 100-metre turn. A swift 109, so under the 110. Jaden follows through with Kang Tran sitting in 3rd place.
Pretty impressive entry time from Michael Yang here. It sits at a 2:25, that Victorian all-comers record at a 2:21. So we'll see if he can drop off a little bit of time. We've seen some nice personal bests from a few of our swimmers already this morning in our heat session. And it's quite easy when you're one of these younger athletes, just 14 years of age. Those big lumps of time can drop off pretty easily. In a race that is 4 laps, 4 seconds, that's 1 second quicker per lap. So doing the maths doesn't seem that hard on paper.
Especially if you're someone who's going through a little bit of a growth spurt, as Jaden is sitting in 2nd place, also putting together a really strong swim here. Behind our leader, Michael Yang, who's looked controlled throughout this 200 breaststroke, has managed to keep his distance in his stroke in this last 50 as he drives forward towards the wall with 15 metres left to swim.
Very solid heat this morning from Michael Yang as he comes down to touch here. That final stroke and time, 2:27.67. Jaden Singh will come in 2nd, and that time there, 2:34.55. With Kang Tran in 3rd in a 2:40.74. Into the water now for our second heat of the 14-year-old. 200-metre breaststroke. Swimming out of lane 4 is our fastest Victorian qualifier, Quinn Richards. We've seen him put on some impressive breaststroke performances over the last few competitions. Let's see what he can do here in this 200.
And he's certainly not mucking around in this opening 50. Going out nice and positively, which is what we love to see, in a 33.15 as he leads through from Ethan Wurtzer. And Joseph over in lane 1, sitting in 3rd place. We see another Wurtzer in a breaststroke race. I'm definitely going to be chasing down the Hobart Aquatic team to see if there's that. They have to be a relation to the Whirlpool.
Down this second 50 now, and Quinn Richards still your leader, quite comfortably ahead of Ethan. A nice little challenge occurring for that 3rd place spot with Joseph McKinney over in 1 and Arjun Chahal in 2. We'll see what occurs during this 3rd 50. Probably one of the more important legs or important laps in a 200-metre event. We break it down into those quarters, and it's almost like that premiership quarter, the 3rd quarter, the 3rd 50, and we'll try and see if anyone can kind of clear out from that third place spot, because there's still that nice little challenge going on for who will take that one out.
Yeah, it does look like Quinn and Ethan are comfortably in their position, but that battle for third is very tight, and still 5 or 6 different athletes have a chance to get into third place, which could put themselves in a position to qualify for the final tonight. Just a quick reminder to all parents who are still in the venue, 9:30 is coming along in a couple of minutes. So if you head towards the Champions Room, you get some information on fueling for training and competition, which will be a great information session for all parents who can head to the Champions Room at 9:30 this morning. So fueling for training and competition. So head towards that venue, Champions Room, which is located above the scoreboard, for all your information needs.
So turning our attention now back to the pool, and Quinn Richards maintains that comfortable lead that he's held from the first 50. He'll come down under the flags and take out this second heat in a 2:32.69 ahead of Ethan Werzer, and a great final 50 from Leo Liu, who touches in third in a 2:40.63. Underway now with the third and final heat of 14-year-old boys 200-metre breaststroke. Off that underwater, not a lot separated most of the field here from about lane 3 down to lane 8. But we've seen a quick early 35 metres here from our swimmer in lane 4, Kaido Hirakawa. As we come into that turn at the 50-metre mark, he'll be your leader in a 33.64 ahead of Andrew Spencer, 35.39, and Kai Witt in third, 35.60.
It's really good to see that all this heat is attacking that first 50, because the first 2 heats have set the standard really high, with 8 of them under that age national qualifying time as we head into our third and final heat. So a really strong swim is required if you want to have another crack tonight.
Down this second 50, and that gap continuing to widen here, with Kaido turning just over that 110 mark, so 111.15. Andrew Spencer, your next closest athlete, 114.59, and nothing really is between now Hantang Wang and Kai Witt, both turning in that 116 mark.
Yeah, really strong turn from Hang Tang though, and he's extended his lead over Kai to about a body length. But Kai's now trying to make some ground back in the swimming portion of this third 50 as those battle for third and fourth in this heat, which could be the difference between making the final or not.
Yeah, certainly as these 200-metre events continue, we're seeing how important those underwaters are. You have that ability to not utilise as much energy. You can savour some, but get a nice distance off the wall. So you're having less distance to swim above the water, where there's a little bit more resistance, quite a little bit more difficult for our athletes. So the better you can do those turns and perform those underwaters under pressure and fatigue, the better off you're going to be in our middle distance races.
Yeah, and Hang Tang used a really strong second 25 there in that third 50 to consolidate third place as he tries to chase down Andrew, who's sitting in second. But it is Kaito who's out in front comfortably here. Our visitor from Japan is going to be first into the wall in our third and final heat of our boys 14 years turn to breaststroke in a 2:29.81. Andrew Spencer's coming into second, with Hang Tang Wang in third.
Into the water we have our swimmers in event 29, the 15-year-old girls 200-metre individual medley. This is heat 1 of 3. We come into that first 50-metre turn, the conclusion of the butterfly leg. Your leader, Kira Jeffs, in a 30.20, ahead of Hannah Buchanan, 31.43, with Ayan Usuji in a third, 31.59.
Yeah, really strong butterfly leg there from Kira, but what she's done really well is continued it into her backstroke. That first 25 of backstroke, she attacked, kept that stroke rate up nice and high, and has extended her lead. Hannah's remaining in second place, and that battle behind those top two is starting to tighten up, with Momoko starting to make a move for third place.
100-metre turn, and it is still Kira, 107.64, ahead of Hannah, 111.24, with Ayan, 112.63. But as you mentioned, Nick, that race for those minor placings within this heat certainly has tightened up as we've come into the breaststroke, and quite a few of these girls really attacking this third 50. We're starting to see Ayan move up right alongside Hannah Buchanan. Also, if we look down, Momoko having a good swim, Vera Zhang also joining that mixture of 4 athletes fighting it out for second place.
Yeah, the battle for second is just getting tighter and tighter every stroke, but it is all Kira Jeffs out in front. She's comfortably got that 5-metre lead as she heads into the freestyle leg. So she's led from the start and will take that lead into the freestyle leg with a charge coming behind her across the pool in that battle for second.
Yeah, Kira here looking very, very relaxed. We know that she's quite a strong freestyle swimmer, and you can see barely any wake behind her here, not a lot of white water from her feet. So there's certainly a little bit of energy being conserved and left in the tank for tonight's final session. Moving her way into second, though, will be Momoko Yamada in lane 5. And the fight now between Hannah Buchanan and Vera Zhang for third place as Kira touches the wall in a 229.64. Momoko in second, 233.33, and then will be Hannah Buchanan in a 234.28.
Underway here in heat 2 of the girls' 15 years 200-metre individual medley. And it is our visitors from South Australia who are leading through this opening 50. Emily and Jasmine going stroke to stroke down this opening 50.
Yes, the South Australian girls were the 2 fastest qualifiers into this heat, sitting at a 2:23 for Emily and a 2:29 for Jasmine. We'll see if they can break under that 2:30 barrier. It's a nice little marker to hit in your heat swim this morning. As we saw just moments ago, if you have that ability to hold back a little bit, it is worth keeping a little bit in the reserve, particularly as this is only our second session of the state championships. Across the next few days, a lot of these athletes will be backing up over and over, and if you have that slight advantage and you haven't utilised as much energy in the heats, well, you have that ability to come back and smash it out from one of those maybe slightly more outside lanes in the final. We love a little outside smoker, so we'll see what goes on. It was a really great backstroke leg there, though, by Madison Madison Brown in lane 3, moved her way through that field into that first place spot on the turn in a 107.62 ahead of Zoe Gant, and the two girls from South Australia now sitting in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, so Madison knows that backstroke was her strength, so she used it to his advantage, with Emily now taking back control of this heat in the breaststroke leg and has pulled out to a 5-metre lead over Madison, with Zoe sitting in 3rd place. So it is our visitor from Marion in South Australia who's going to lead us through into this final 50 after a really strong breaststroke leg. And she's pulled away from the rest of the field here as Madison and Zoe turn together into this freestyle leg in that battle for 2nd and 3rd, with Jasmine Linky not far behind.
Yeah, beautiful breaststroke performance there by Emily Daunt. She just absolutely took off straight away off the wall after the backstroke and said, see you later. And now she's just switched it off a little bit. She's got quite a buffer between herself and the next 3 girls within this heat. That fight between Zoe Gant and Madison Brown still going pretty much stroke for stroke. They look to be slightly ahead of Jasmine. As we come on to the touch, it will be Madison that gets that 2nd place spot behind Emily, who touched in a 227.46. Maddie in a 230.53, ahead of Zoe, 230.56.
Underway now, 3rd and final heat of the girls' 15 years 200-metre individual medley.
So not a lot separating the girls early on in this race. The centre of the pool seems to be where the action is from the 3rd heat. As we come into touch at the 50-metre mark, Kayla out in the lead, 30.72, ahead of Wayland, 31.38. And it will be Fiona Sheng over in lane 7 who turns in 3rd in a 31.52.
So it is our 2 centre lanes who are now starting to pull away from the rest of the field in this backstroke leg. Kayla's got a half body length lead over Wayland as we approach the all-important backstroke to breaststroke turn. It's really important to keep that momentum into the wall, as the faster you head in, the faster you head out of a wall.
Not a lot separating the teammates from Nunawading on the turn there. 108.76, 109.13, Kayla and Wayland. But Kayla, the better of the underwaters into the breaststroke. She went in slightly in front, but managed to come out about a half body length in the lead. We're starting to see a little bit of a shift in gears from Zara Olawani over in 3, trying to close the gap set after that backstroke, as is Hannah Ristig over in lane 6. She's also starting to make her way into this race.
Yeah, so Hannah's using her strong breaststroke to move up a position in this breaststroke leg, chasing down that 3rd place that's currently being held by Zara Olawani as we head into the freestyle leg, and it's still Kayla who's leading comfortably ahead of her teammate.
Yeah, you'll notice quite often in these IM events, after the breaststroke leg, whatever that lead is, it extends to about 1.5 times, in some cases 2 times as much as we hit the freestyle. So half a body length can become a full body length quite easily. As the girls now with 10 metres left to swim, it is still Kayla out in front of Wayland as we come down under the flags. Keep an eye on the time there, 227.53, 228.57, and then Hannah, she does overtake Zara for that 3rd place spot out of the 3rd heat in a 233.50.
We now moved on to event 30, the boys 15 years 200 metre individual medley. We have 4 heats. In the water is heat 1.
Isaac Allen over in lane 1 got away very nicely on that 15 metres underwater, as did Kaylin Theodore, as we come down into the turn at the 50 metre mark, and still a little bit spread out across this field. We'll see what occurs over the next 3 laps. I imagine this race, just looking at who we have swimming, we could see some lead changes throughout.
It was good to see that a lot of our athletes got out nice and positively in that butterfly leg, giving themselves a chance to set up for a good swim. And Isaac Allen is doing just that, continuing into the backstroke leg, keeping his stroke rate nice and high as he attacks towards the backstroke to breaststroke turn, and he's out by over a body length over the rest of the field, who are nice and tightly bunched behind us. But it will be Isaac who leads through, and Harold in second, and Hamish down in lane 7 in third. Now we expect the middle of the pool to start to make their way through in this breaststroke leg. They do have a bit of ground to make up.
Yeah, Isaac Allen still looking very strong over in lane 1. They are starting to catch, but he did get quite a distance ahead throughout those first 2 50s in this 200 metre race. It is still Harold Zhu sitting in second, but not a lot now between himself and Isaac as they come into turn into the freestyle.
So Harold has taken over the lead just ahead of Isaac, and a really strong swim by Brian over in lane 0. So there is action aplenty across the pool here as we head into the freestyle leg in this opening heat of the boys 200 metre individual medley.
Yeah, certainly the boys in the middle lanes here, they need to kick into action, because right now it looks like it's going to be a race between lanes 5, 1 and 0 for those first 3 spots into tonight's final, as Harold finishes there in a 2:16.71 ahead of Isaac, 2:17.58, and Byron in third, 2:19.50. Some great personal bests and big drops from some of the boys in the outside lanes from heat 1. Couple of athletes missing from our second heat here. As we hit the 25 metre mark in the butterfly leg, Kaisei Kojima in 3, out ahead of William Kao in 2, and then it looks to be Xavier Eagle in 5, sitting in third as we come down to turn.
So it will be Kaisei who leads through this opening 50. Williams sitting alongside him in second place, also swimming really well, is Michael Chen in lane 1. So it's the far side of the pool where the action's at through this butterfly and the first stage of the backstroke. But Xavier Eagle is making sure he puts together a good backstroke leg to keep himself in contention, because we know when he turns into the breaststroke, he's going to go into his favourite stroke and will look to make his way into the lead by the conclusion of this breaststroke leg. He turns in third behind Kaisei and William.
And already, just off that split stroke, he's almost immediately pulled his way out into the lead here ahead of Kaisei. So we did see that one coming. Xavier Eagle, such a great individual breaststroker. And we know those guys in these IMs, it can be such the difference that it makes, that 150 metre leg.
Michael in lane 1 is not going away though, so he's also moved into second place. So with a strong breaststroke leg behind Xavier. So he'll turn second with Kaisei in third as we head into the freestyle.
And once again, it's our outside lanes who are doing really, really well in this event. So great to see some nice drops in time from the boys, giving themselves every opportunity to come back and race again in tonight's final of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. As we come down to the finish line here in Heat 2, it will be Xavier Eagle who holds on to take this one out. The time there, 2:17.12, ahead of Michael Chen, 2:18.35, with Kaisei Kojima in third, 2:19.20. And away we go now with our third heat of the 15-year-old boys 200-metre individual medley. Over in lanes 3 and 4, Leo Nolan and George Galvin almost stroke for stroke down this first lap. Having a nice swim out in lane 7 is Zandre Herbst. They'll be touching first, second and third with not a lot separating the three of them into the backstroke.
Yeah, nice 28-point legs in that butterfly there as they head into the backstroke leg. It does look like George is the one who's settled the fastest and has pulled out a body length lead 25 metres into the backstroke. He's keeping that head nice and still and with that stroke rate nice and high. As our visitor from West Side is going to turn first through to his breaststroke in a 1:02.44 after a quick backstroke leg, with Zandy and Daniel now moving to second and third.
George just making this breaststroke look quite comfortable, maintaining that nice glide underwater. We do see some of these breaststrokers starting to push their way through. Leon turned in 5th and he looks like he's moved his way up into 2nd place already with just 6 metres left for him to complete of this breaststroke leg. It will still be George Galvin who turns in 3rd, 1:44.30 ahead of Leon, 1:45.62, and Daniel in 3rd, 1:48.39 now.
So the centre 2 lanes have pulled well clear of the rest of the field as we've got 25 metres left to swim here in Heat 3 of our boys 15 years tournament individual medley. George Galvin, our visitor from West Side, is in control of this heat as he moved into the lead in that backstroke leg and controls the heat in 2:15.93. Leon in 2nd with a tight battle for 3rd with Leo Nolan getting the touch. As we've now moved on to our 4th and final heat of the boys 15 years tournament individual medley. And it's Ryan who leads through that opening 25 in lane 3, just ahead of Michael Fan in lane 2. But it's nice and even across the field here through this butterfly leg. Nice and positive, aggressive butterfly from the boys, touching under 30 seconds there.
So across this field, we have athletes entered with times of 2:27 and 2:28. So we'll see how many of them can break those. Nice little goal time, probably around that 2:25 mark would be good to see. The boys in lanes 2 and 3 really attacking the first half, that front end speed throughout that butterfly. It was Ryan after the first 50, but already now Michael Fan just switching positions, and he'll be in the lead as we come into that 100-metre turn from backstroke into the breaststroke. Turns in a 105.40 ahead of Ryan, 106.94, and then Callum Otto turns in third in a 108.67. So all of them setting themselves up with a pretty good chance of being around or breaking that personal best.
So as we move through this first 25 of breaststroke, we've just got a line across the pool and a nice diagonal from Michael all the way through to Anthony, as they've got now 25 metres left of their breaststroke, with Ryan coming up alongside Michael, and those two are neck and neck. But the big mover in this breaststroke leg has been Callum Otto. He's come up alongside both Ryan and Michael, and those three are going to turn together into the freestyle. So a really strong 41.2 second 50 from Callum has brought him into contention here as we head into the freestyle, with Ryan Altus just moving slightly back ahead of Callum off that last wall.
Certainly a close race. It's going to be all the way through to the finish. Ryan really giving that last little bit of effort now with 15 metres left to swim. He continues that momentum into the lead ahead of Michael Fan, with Callum Otto just trying to hold on. The boys now under the flags, and the times, they've smashed their personal best out of the ballpark here. 2:21.82 for Ryan Altus, 2:22.16 for Michael, and then Callum finishes off in third from heat 4 in a 2:24.44.
In the water now is event 31, the girls' 16 years 100-metre breaststroke. There are 2 heats. This is heat 1. So nice even start across the field here in heat 1 of our girls' 16-year-olds 100-metre breaststroke.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a tight race to try and make the final in. Only 20 athletes, but they're very, very close on entry times, quite a lot of them. And as they come into that first turn, there's really not much separating the whole field here, with Ella Matters turning in first in a 36.75, ahead of Chloe Burke, 36.95, and Grace Doby in third. But it's still almost that perfect straight line across the pool. Grace looks like she might just be starting to pull away. Trying to go with her is Ella. It's still anyone's game.
Yes, as they approach the final 15, these 4 girls have got a chance to take out this opening heat win. Grace is holding on to a slight lead, but really finishing strongly in this last 25 metres is Chloe Burke in lane 2, and she's going to touch the wall first. Oh no, Grace just gets there with Ella in third.
So under the water now with our second heat of our 2 heats in our 16-year-old girls 100-metre breaststroke. Good start over in lane 6 by Angelina Nguyen, as was Olivia Hines in lane 3. They got away nicely off the blocks and into this first lap, with Olivia really, really starting to get that stroke rate up and going nice and high down the first 50.
under the flags, it will be Olivia who will touch first, followed closely by Claudia and Memphis as they make their way back for this last 50.
Yeah, so still not much separating those two leaders. A little bit more space in this second heat. We'll be looking to see who can claim their place in the top 10 for tonight's final. Olivia Hines still out in front of Claudia Croato, who finished nicely into the turn, and she's really starting to push her way through here down this second 50. She's just starting now to overtake Olivia Hines and push her way out into the lead quite comfortably, maintaining that nice high stroke rate under the flags.
Taking out this first heat will be Claudia at 1:14.91, Olivia with 1:16.83 in Memphis and 1:18.08.
And we move along now in our program to event 32, the men's 16-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats this morning in this event, and we're away and racing with the first heat of 3. Early on here, it is those 3 centre lanes as well. Out in front, Alaric Wong maybe just having a slight lead over Ashley Lansbury into the turn.
Alaric Wong will touch in first, Ashley Lansbury and Oscar Dingwall coming in not too far behind.
So all 3 of those athletes turned in the 31-second barrier, only about 0.13 separating first, second and third. Not very much at all. Try stopping that quickly on a stopwatch as they come down this second 50. It looks like Alaric just holding on to that lead. Still pretty close between Oscar and Ashley as they boys now with 6 metres left to assume Oscar maybe just moving up, but very hard to call onto the wall.
Oscar will take out this heat 106.09, Ashley 106.33 and Alaric 106.77.
Off we go with our second heat of 3. Ben Huang in lane 5. Great start there from him. Here comes Milo Drossel de Brun, though, already trying to reclaim that lead early on in this 100-metre event. As we come into touch at the halfway point, it will be Milo turning in a 31.19 ahead of Ben. 31.86 with Daniel Nguyen in third, 31.97. So once again, our 3 leaders turning in that 31-second mark. Those placings looking pretty similar to the turn. Milo still out in front. Daniel looks like he's moved his way into second. The fight really going on right now is the placings between 4th and 5th.
Milo will touch the wall first, 105.91. Daniel coming second, 107.36. And Ben coming in third, 108.43.
So we are now away with our third and final heat of the 16-year-old boys 100-metre breaststroke. Just our 6 athletes racing across this field as we come down to that 50-metre turn, and it looks like it will be our swimmer in lane 4 who gets his hands on the wall first. So Hamish Evans led us around in a 31.93 ahead of Jacob Chester, 32.57. And they will maintain first and second down this second 50 ahead of Dax Conetti in lane 5, who's starting to put on the afterburners now and catch up to Jacob Chester, but this one's going to be Hamish Evans from start to finish.
Hamish comes on the wall first, 107.35, Jacob in 108.45, and Dax in a 108.47.
Changing it up now, it's event 33, the 17-18-year-old 100-metre freestyle. We have 4 heats in this event this morning. In the water heat 1, very, very close between the field early on in this 100 metres free. There is a little bit of a difference on our entry time, so we'll see what occurs down the second 50, but looks like it might be lane 5 who leads us through.
Close turn between Farida in lane 5, 29.17, and Sophia Ballard and Natasha coming in third, and Rihanna Chen coming third.
Yeah, it was super close onto that turn. There's absolutely nothing between those girls as they come around. Rihanna Chen had the better of the underwaters, though, and really pushed her way out. She's going to be our leader with 10 metres left to swim. Not far behind her is Farida Taha with Sophia Ballard in third onto the wall.
Rihanna will take this out with a 59.33, followed by Farida 59.75, and Sophia a 1 flat 22.
Away and racing now, it's our second heat of 4, and it was quick off the mark there from Gabrielle King over in lane 2. One of the quicker reactions in the pool, and got away nicely down this first 50. Going along with her over in lane 7 is Claire Matheson, so those outside lanes will lead us through.
Claire will touch first, Gabriella coming second, and Sophie Jacka coming third.
Quite a lot of this field turned in that 28-second mark again, similar to that of heat 1. We'll see how many more of these athletes we can break that minute barrier. And we saw 2 out of the first heat, with third being at that 1:00 mark as we come down. The race has tightened up a little bit, but Gabrielle King and Claire Matheson still look like they might have a slight advantage into the wall.
Sophie will touch first, 59.59, Gabriella 59.77, and Holly for 59.82.
So we hit our third heat, the last of our circle-seeded athletes, and so far we have 10 athletes sitting at 1 minute or less. So it's going to take that time to make this final 5 of them in the 59-second mark. Can anyone break that as we come into turn? Alinta Dingwall looks good ahead of Nell Pete. Down this second 50 here, and Alinta still nice and comfortably out in front. In fact, ever so slightly increasing that lead each stroke she takes here. It's a good second 50 by Mia Laban in lane 6. She's shifted her way comfortably into second as the rest of the field comes under the flags.
Linta will touch first with a 58.45, and Mia coming in second, 1:00.55, and Eliza 1:01.01.
And away we go now with our 4th and final heat of the girls 17-18 years 100 metre freestyle. We've got our 5 athletes competing, my apologies, 4 athletes in this heat, all sitting around that 103 mark. We'll see how many of them can get some personal bests from our heats this morning as they come under the flags. Not really much separating this whole field.
Claire will turn on the wall first with Emily and Ellen not too far behind her.
And Claire maintains that lead off the underwater. 2 of the girls there breaking that 30-second mark, so that's a quick start. We hope they can continue with that speed as Claire Borgmeyer pushes her way through now with 10 metres left in this 100 free. She's going to have led start to finish. She'll go close to that minute mark, just over maybe.
Emily will then touch in second, 1:02.43, and Ella for 1:03.09.
Away we go now with event 34, the men's 17-18 years 100 metre freestyle. This is the first of 5 heats in the water now. Leading us through down this first 50 will be Campbell Wilson Moran in lane 4. He's going to turn in a 24.45 ahead of Ashley Nichols, 25.21, with Adonis Giotopoulos turning in third, 25.48. We've got that pretty clear inverted V shape throughout this heat with our central lanes, the fastest seeds. Campbell looking quite comfortable now. He's got about a body length ahead of Ash Nichols as he comes into touch. The time 50.57. Ash in a 51.99 with Patrick Brown touching in third, 52.39. So pretty fast first heat of the boys as we move on to our second heat. Fred Hassel in lane 5 with the early lean down this first 50. He'll get his feet on the wall in a 25.08, a little bit slower than we saw Campbell Wilson-Moran go out previously. Sam Welsh sitting in second, 25.56, with Nick Stupas in that third place spot, turning in a 25.59. And still pretty close now between Nicholas Stupas and Fred Hassel, as well as Sam Welsh. So those three between lanes 4 to 6 will touch onto the wall first, with Fred going a 51.91 ahead of Sam, 52.47, and Nick 52.61. Under the water now with our third heat of boys, and Felix maintained that nice streamline, putting himself out into the lead early on here. Not far behind him, Logan Reek in lane 3, and then Owen Kruger in 2. They're trying to fight off Callum Rosetto over in lane 6. Felix turning in a 24.79, Logan 25.00, and then Owen in a 25.21 on the turn. Good underwaters from the boys, up and racing quickly down this second 50, and Felix just now starting to really try and widen that gap and pull away from Logan. So it's a 51.61 for Felix, ahead of Logan, 52.61, with Owen Kruger finishing off in third, 53.02 from that third heat. Boys underway now for our fourth heat, all sitting around that 55-second entry time. No surprise, we've got quite the blanket across the field here. Onto the turn, though, it looks like it will be our swimmer in lane 4, Toby Sutton, getting his feet on first in a 26.45 ahead of Riley, 26.64, equal turn time there with Thomas Costello in lane 5. 15 metres left for the boys, with Riley looking like he's just overtaken that lead. Great second lap by Bailey Young as well, though, in lane 7. He'll touch in a 55.33 ahead of Riley Hodgins in a 55.48, with Thomas Costello picking up third place spot in a 55.65. And now it's time for our fifth and final heat of the 17-18 year boys 100 metre freestyle. As we come down this first lap, pretty close between our swimmers in 2, 3 and 5, with Senna getting his feet on the wall first in a 26.72 ahead of Lucas Campbell, 26.73, just 1/100th of a second separated them at the turn. Senna Kaneko, though, better of the second 50, starting to pull away. Doing a good job to hold off Lucas Campbell and extending that lead throughout this lap. As we come down under the flags, he's going to take this one out in a 55.63. Lucas Campbell in second, 56.40, with Caleb Olsen in third, 56.78. We have an infraction report for event number 34, heat 1, lane 0. The swimmer's head did not break the surface of the water at or before the 15-metre mark after the start. That is event number 34, heat 1, lane 0. As we turn our attention now to event 37, the 50-metre butterfly for our 12-year-old girls. This is our first heat of 6, with Ali Wang just in front of Mariella Simmons in lanes 4 and 5. It's all about timing that finish onto the wall, and Mariella will get it in a 31.18 ahead of Ali, 31.23, with Taylor Holt in third, 31.76. Underway now with our second heat of 6, and it was on cue Eve in lane 4, getting away nicely through that first 25 ahead of April Lynn in lane 3. Close for third between Victoria Dang and Sophie Lee, with Victoria just starting to move ahead now. As we come down under the flags, it will be Eve who touches in first in a 30.41. So quick time there. Second, April, 31.36, and Victoria in third, 31.82.
Underway here in heat 3 of our girls 12 years 50 butterfly. Really strong start in the centre of the pool from Gia Lee. She leads through that first 25, but it is really close between Gia, Angela, and as we head towards the last 5 metres, Mika's also making a run here as they go underneath the flags. It will be Gia who touches first in 31.18. Mika in second, and Angelina Shan in third.
Underway now with our fourth heat. Rena Cano in lane 3, early lead. Alessandra over in lane 6 doing well at that 25-metre mark. A little bit of work to be done by the girls in the centre. Going to be tough though to catch Rena over in lane 3. What a great swim from her. She's going to get her hands on the wall there in a 31.71 ahead of Kristen Silva, 33.17, with Alessandra Ronzani finishing in third, 33.28.
Really strong underwaters by Meredith, and she leads through the first 15 metres. Also swimming well is Sophia Lonsdale in lane 1. So those are our 2 leaders. We head towards that 25-metre mark. Making a move in this second 25 is Georgina Griffith, and she's now in the lead with 15 metres left to swim here in heat 5 of our girls' 12 years 50-metre butterfly. So it will be Georgina who goes into the touch in a 32.91. Sophia in second and Isabella in third.
Just the 3 athletes in our 6th heat of 6 in the girls 12-year-old 50-metre butterfly. All 3 of these athletes ended with a 35-second entry time. Very close to breaking it though, so we'll see if anyone can get there. Isabel Lee, she's doing a nice job here, about half a body length ahead of Joyce Zhao, and then Chloe Harvey-Brennan sitting in that 3rd place spot. As the girls come down now under the flags for Isabel. It looks like it's going to be a very good swim for her. The time on the board, 34.20. Joyce in second, 36.05, with Chloe in third, 36.94.
Our next event on the program is event 38, the boys 12 years, 50-metre butterfly. We have 3 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. Our Heat 1 boys are in the water, and through the first 15 metres it is Thomas Grasso who leads ahead of Yi Yang. We saw these boys earlier in the program, so they're already onto their second swim this morning and putting together a really good swim here in this 50 butterfly is Thomas Grasso. He's pulled out to almost a body length lead, and he takes this opening heat out to 28.65. Yi in second, with William Zhang in third.
Off and racing with our second heat. Long underwater from our centre lane, Jason Wang really utilising that first 15 metres already with a nice half body length lead ahead of Tommy Zhao, who's starting to push through in the swim element of this 50. They are pretty comfortably ahead of the other boys in the field. Emmanuel Commerling looks like he's going to be sitting in third, just ahead of Hope Koo in lane 6, but it will be Jason Wang. 29.69 ahead of Tommy, 30.38, and Emmanuel 32.00 to take out third place spot out of our second heat.
Underway in our third and final heat of our 50-metre butterfly. It is Billy Mayne, who gets off to a really strong start with some good underwaters, and he's pulled out to 3/4 of a lead through this opening 25. Leonardo Hernandez is sitting in second place with 15 metres left to swim, just ahead of Zachary Gray. As the boys come underneath the flags to conclude heat 3, it is Billy Mayne, followed by Leonardo, with Zachary in third. Underway here in event 39, the girls' 13 years 200-metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats. In the water is heat 1.
And it was a great start in the centre of the pool by Emily Croatto. Sitting in second early on will be Madeline Anderson alongside Emily in lane 3 and 4. And then Summer Zhu doing well down this first 50 from lane 2.
So once again, our country swimmers are setting the standard here with Emily Croatto out nice and strongly at 36.5. Really good speed on that opening 50.
She'll lead us through ahead of Lucy Dolan, with Madeline Anderson sitting in that third place spot. And as we've come to see in a lot of our heats this morning, those 3 lanes in the middle of the pool, getting that early lead and being able to maintain. We do have the circle seed, so not super surprising that we have these inverted V shapes throughout, and we're seeing the middle of the pool really start to shift gears.
So Emily established that early lead, and she's held it through this second 50, so she's going to turn first at the 100 ahead of Lucy Dolan, with Madeline Anderson maintaining her hold of third place. So the first 3 have remained consistent through this first 100. We'll look to see who can make a bit of a move here in this third 50.
At this point, it looks like it's going to be Lucy Dolan. She really wants to try and come up alongside Emily Croatto throughout this lap. Came off that wall absolutely fiery and closed the gap pretty quickly. So now she's almost caught up. She's almost alongside Emily in a head-for-head little challenge between the 2 of them.
Yeah, so Emily's just holding on, with Emily gaining just a little bit every single stroke on this third 50. They head towards that turn together, with Madeline just 2.5 seconds behind.
And then again, skills. We just saw them turn, not a lot separating the girls there, 0.19 between them, but Emily, the better of the underwaters, she popped up once again, that half body length ahead, and that's extra work for Lucy to be trying to do throughout this swim element of the 200-metre breaststroke.
So with 15 metres left to swim in this opening heat, once again they're neck and neck, so Lucy's gained a bit of ground on the swim portion of this last 50. Emily's holding on to a slight lead as they head underneath the flags and into the wall to touch together.
So it will be Emily who takes that one out by just 4/100ths of a second. She held on 2:47.36 ahead of Lucy 2:47.40 with Madeline Anderson finishing in third 2:51.39.
Underway here in heat 2 of our girls' 13 years 200-metre breaststroke. And a nice even start across the field. Swimming Victoria's major sponsor and Qualis Facilities manager partner is Mattioli. With over 50 years of experience, Mattioli are experts in building and upgrading pools. This partnership connects organisations seeking advice directly to Mattioli, playing a vital role in shaping the future of swimming in Victoria. This collaboration not only enhances the support and resources available, but also reinforces Swimming Victoria's position as a leader in fostering better swimming facilities and opportunities across the state. It's a great step forward in ensuring continued growth and improvement in Victoria's swimming infrastructure.
And if you want to go and find out more, you can check out the little pop-up from Mattioli upstairs behind the grandstand. So go and have a chat. The guys are great. As we look to the pool now, and it is Kimberly Chen out in the lead of our second heat of 13-year-old girls 200-metre breaststroke ahead of Anna Sixi Wu in lane 3 and Chelsea Zhang in lane 5. They're going to be your leaders at the halfway point with Kimberly turning in a 1:20.98.
Kimberly's doing a really good job of keeping that distance in her stroke here. She heads into that third 50 with a commanding lead. Really finishing off every kick, driving forward on the legs, stretching nice and tall.
I think you took the words right out of my mouth there, Nick. I was going to say I'm really liking the way she's constructed this 200. She's maintaining that beautiful glide, and the ability to do that doesn't just come from holding the streamline itself. You have to complete the kick, every last bit of it, to get that propulsion forwards. Otherwise, you're just going to be wasting time, not utilising it.
So Kimberly continues to lead ahead of Ines, with Chelsea sitting in third place as we enter this final 50. We saw 4 swimmers in that opening heat go under the 3-minute mark and achieve their age national qualifying time. We'll see how many can join them here in heat 2.
Yeah, that ability to break the 3-minute barrier is always going to be a great feeling, and seeing that the qualifying time in this age group is the 2:59. If you do see that 2 come up on the board, you've got a very good shot of having that national qualifying time. As Kimberly comes down to touch there, well and truly under the 3-minute mark for her, 2:47.90. Anna's in second, 2:53.97. And then Chelsea finishing in third in a 2:59.19. So the third and final heat of the 13-year-old girls 200-metre breaststroke hits the pool now. It is the middle lanes once again, those golden lanes in 4 and 5 out in front as we come through that 25-metre mark. Anna Kang leads just ahead of Alexandra Henniker.
So it is the centre of the pool who have pulled well clear of the rest of the field in this opening 50. And those Anna and Alexandra turned together in that first 50 in those 38. So good, strong opening 50 here from our 13-year-old girls. With Rena sitting in third place.
Yeah, and behind those leaders, though, there's quite a line across our pool, you could say. A lot of those girls turned in that 42-second mark. So very, very close between about 6 of our athletes for that third place spot. And those are the ones that there's their important placings. If you can sneak your hands on in third or fourth, over fifth and sixth, you've got a really good chance of getting an opportunity to race this again. And with so many of the girls sitting around that 3-minute mark, what a good chance to have the opportunity to come back and break it in our finals tonight.
So it will still be Anna leading ahead of Alexandra. Rena comfortably in third place.
And this third 50, we're just starting to see a little bit of separation between those minor placings now. That fatigue's really starting to set in this 200-metre breaststroke. I'm sure that burning feeling in your legs is well and truly underway. As the girls come down to turn for their final lap, it is Anna Kang out in front of Alexandra onto that 150-metre wall with Rena Liu still sitting in third place spot. Looking now fairly comfortable in fourth is Leanne Hussein-Aman over in lane 3. She's ahead of Ava Hager in at 1.
So with 25 metres left to swim, Anna and Alexandra are now neck and neck as they approach the 15-metre mark, the false start rope, as they go under that for the last time. A really strong last 50 from Alexandra has pulled it right up alongside Anna as they head under the flag together. And those two are going to be comfortably first and second in this heat, with Anna just getting the touch. Sub 250 swims, a really strong heat swims from both of them, with Rena also joining them under 3 minutes and getting her national qualifying time.
Into the water now, we have event 40, the boys 13-year-old 200-metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats this morning, and we're underway with heat 1.
So just starting to extend into the lead in lane 4 is Lachlan Bull. So it will be the Nuttawading swimmer who leads through this opening 50. 35.45, ahead of Hayden Ling and Jacob Tucker.
And once again in these 200-metre breaststrokes, we're seeing that really good glide phase in the breaststroke from Lachlan Bull here. He showcases it, getting his whole body stretched out fully. That head returns back down under the surface, and he really maintains some beautiful undulation through this breaststroke leg.
And I really like that word of stretch, because it's not a do nothing. You need to make sure you're tall and long and still driving forward, although you're not using any propulsion at that stage.
So Lachlan will turn in first, 1:14.77. Just behind is Hayden Lee, 119.24. And then in third, Andrew Wang. He's moved his way through the field a little bit, turning in a 120.39.
So with 75 metres left to swim, Lachlan Bull just continues to extend his lead over the rest of the field here. The battle behind is starting to tighten up. Hayden Ling is still maintaining his hold of second place, but Andrew has made a really good effort in this middle 100 and he's moved into a clear third place ahead of Lincoln Hall.
Yes, certainly this far side of the pool starting to really push through that third 50 and try and gain as much distance as they can and pull away from the side closest to Albert Park Lake. But it is Lachlan Bull who is just doing a tremendous job here. He's been very consistent throughout this race. Looks like he's just picked up that stroke rate ever so slightly down this final 50, but still maintaining a really good glide phase as he comes down under the flags. Now, we'll look to the time, and it will be a 2:35.10. Hayden Ling will finish off in a second, and Andrew will hold on for third. The times there, 2:44.35 and 2:46.83.
Underway here in Heat 2 of our boys' 13 years 200 metre breaststroke.
We saw a few different strategies on the start there in the underwater. A few of the boys got up and racing a little bit faster, and then some chose to stay under for quite some time then.
As we approach this first 50, Jacob Jones was our leader through the first 25, but it started to even up as we hit the wall. But Jacob will continue to lead, ahead of Alistair Ho in the centre of the pool and Jaden Zeng in lane 8.
Metre events quite often rely on that race strategy. You don't want to take it out too fast and overrate and utilise up all of your energy early on. You want to keep some in the tank and almost build through each lap, trying to feel like you're getting a little bit faster, because quite often, even if you do feel like you're going faster, you're probably going to be slowing down just a little bit each time.
Especially on this third 50 they're about to enter, it almost needs to feel like you're starting a new race, really attacking it to maintain that speed. And it will be Alistair who's now taken over the lead from Jacob, with Riley Burnett now moving into third place. So 100 metres into this second heat, and there's still 5 or 6 athletes who are in with a chance of taking out the heat.
Yes, certainly. Until they really turn for that final 50, you're not going to have a very clear idea of who might be our winner in this one. We've got a little bit of momentum now from Noah Tucker over in lane 3. He turned in 4th, and he looks like he's almost claimed that lead over Alistair Ho. They've really shifted gears down this third lap. Jacob still holding on ahead of Riley now for that third place spot though.
So as we enter this final 50, it will be Noah and Alistair together. And that strong turn has moved Noah Tucker into the lead with 25 metres left to swim ahead of Alistair. And our early leader, Jacob Jones, still holding on to third place out in lane 7.
So it looked like Noah was going to continue that lead and that surge down this last lap, but Alistair saw him come up alongside, and he's really pulled out every little bit of effort he had left down that final 25. It will be Alistair Ho who takes out that second heat in a 2:42.19 ahead of Noah Tucker, 2:42.30. And then Jacob Jones finishes in third, 2:47.76.
So we're underway here in our third and final heat of our boys 13 years 200 metre breaststroke. Really strong swimming for our opening two heats. We've had 6 swimmers under that 2:48 mark and then another 4 on 2:48. So it's the tight battle for those final spots in the final tonight. So the heat 3 swimmers are going to need to be on their game if they want a chance to put themselves in the final.
Yeah, you're definitely going to want to be seeing a 2:47 or better to know that you're comfortably into tonight's final. And what a great setup for an incredible race it will be this afternoon. Hopefully we'll see plenty of close racing and close finishes like we saw in our previous heat. We have seen some really nice last 50s from these guys. Can anyone start that push a little bit earlier? Can we see that momentum and that shifting gears as we hit the start of the third 50 rather than waiting till the back half of the race fully?
And certainly attacking this opening 100 is Peter Kim. So he's given himself every chance to set out a good quality time in this morning's heat session. And you do need a quality time to make the final because just as a reference point, 2:51.26 is the national qualifying time for our 13-year-old boys. So we need to be well and truly under that mark if we want to swim in tonight's final. So Peter Kim continues to lead through this opening 100 after that 1:17.25 opening 100.
Yeah, all of these athletes have really set themselves up quite nicely here with quite a lot of them going under that 1:20 the turn time. We almost want to be seeing how close we can get to doubling the speed in the first 100 and can anyone go a little bit quicker throughout the second 100 in this 200 metre breaststroke. That really quality building effort. As we come into the 150 metre turn, Peter Kim still your leader at a 1:58.40 ahead of Tim Way in a 2:01.47 with James turning in third now, 2:03.05. I had a look at the splits, so a lot of them sitting around that 42-43 mark from our leaders, and it's going to take that time coming back, and they've got to hold on if they want a chance to be in the final.
So with 25 metres left to swim, Peter Kim continues to lead, but a really strong last 50 from Tim over in lane 2. He's storming right up alongside Peter. Those two are going to go underneath the flags together and will finish first and second in this heat with Tim getting the touch. No, it is Peter who gets the touch.
Into the water, we now have event 41, the 200 metre freestyle for our 14-year-old girls. We have 6 heats in our event this morning.
It's great to see plenty of our athletes having a crack at this 200 metre freestyle.
As we come down to turn at the 50 metre mark, your leader from over in lane 1, Zihan Jin, 31.18, ahead of Arabella Johnson with Lucy Reed turning in third. Now, I was having a conversation with someone the other day on what I thought one of the hardest races in swimming was, and I have to say 200 freestyle certainly got to be up there.
I think all the 200s are quite tough. This freestyle is really important that we set themselves up with a strong first 50. In this second 50, we almost want to feel like we're building, and then when we make this turn here, we really need to attack this third 50 to give ourselves the best chance of swimming a fantastic second 100. So it is Henrietta who leads at the 100-metre mark as she came off the wall the best, slightly ahead of Arabelle Johnson. Those two have pulled out to about a body length lead over the rest of the field. Lucy Reed's maintaining a hold of third place as we head towards our final turn here in our opening heat of our girls 14 years 200-metre freestyle.
So still a really close race between our leaders now down this final 50. Arabella Johnson just narrowly ahead of Henrietta. 10 metres left to swim, and it looks like Bella's going to get her head under the flags first and hold on to take out this first heat in a time of 2:10.35. Ahead of Henrietta, 2:11.47, and Lucy Reed in third, 2:13.15. In the water now with our second heat of 6. Millie Lima in lane 4. Better of the underwaters there. Already though starting to see a few of our athletes come alongside, and quite a lot of our visiting athletes in this heat.
A reminder for those who are new to this, in our age finals, 2 visitors are allowed per final. So they're competing for 2 of the spots in that final. We do have representation from 4 different countries outside Australia, from New Zealand, Thailand, Singapore and Japan. And we also have swimmers from every state and territory across the country.
That's some pretty good representation here at our 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. As we come into the turn, it will be Millie who leads us around in a 1:01.69, ahead of Abby Mesher, 1:02.85. who turned equally with Mia Jane Weston in lane 5. So that's how close it is. We can't separate those 2 girls at the 100-metre turn.
And the first 4 here have started to clear out from the rest of the field. So they saw the standard set in that opening heat. And it is going to be a nice tight battle down this third 50 to position themselves, to give themselves the best chance heading into this last 50. So working into this last wall to try and come up with speed. And it will be Abby Mesher, who had that fastest third 50 of the 32.2, who made a big move in that third 50 and leads into this final 50.
It's really nice if you can get that build throughout the third 50 and hit the wall strong to come into our 4th lap. You've got momentum on your side, and really Abby Mesher doing a great job of utilising that. She went in, she had the fastest third lap. She's continued that speed down this final 50. She's got a really solid gap now between herself and Millie, and she's going to take out the second heat in a 2:09.35, making her the fastest qualifier so far. It will be Millie in second, 2:10.63, ahead of Mia Jane in a 2:10.98.
Underway in our third heat of our girls 14 years 200-metre freestyle.
Maisie Graves doing well early on through this first 25, just ahead of Natasha Linke in lane 4. And then over on the other side of the pool, Jemima Collins also looking good down our first lap.
And it will be Maisie who leads through this opening 50 in a 30.81, with Natasha sitting in second and Adriana David moving into third place as she approached the wall. But really, it's anyone's race. As we move through this 75-metre mark, it's 6 across the pool.
And as we come into these turns, we get to see how the skills are from these athletes. Within the 200-metre freestyle, we've come to know on the Australian stage, Molly O'Callaghan really utilises that final turn, going all the way through to almost the 15-metre underwater mark, and that's kind of the difference between her and a lot of the other athletes at that world-class stage. If we can get some of our junior athletes, our 14-year-olds, our 13-year-olds, showcasing those good skills early on, we know they're going to have some bright futures ahead of them.
So we talk about the importance of this third 50. There was 6 across the pool as they approached that 100-metre turn. Now it does look like it is going to be a race in 3 between Hope, Natasha and Emily as they head towards that final turn. They've pulled out about a body length over those following 3 swimmers.
Yeah, Hope had a great swim in the 1500 yesterday, dropped an enormous amount of time off her entry, and she's continuing that speed here now in the 200-metre freestyle. A lot less laps, so a lot more an exciting race. The 3 girls, though, are really battling it out. They're all breathing towards one another, so having that opportunity to see, as we're just watching Emily Finlay start to push her way up in front of Natasha Linke. They're going to be the ones who are stroke for stroke onto the finish. And it will be Natasha who gets her hand on first in a 2:11.66 ahead of Emily, 2:11.72 with Hope Christian in third, 2:12.45. The 4th heat now in the water for the girls. 14-year-old 200-metre freestyle. And another super close race down this first 50. Simone Way over in 2, as well as the girls in 6 and lane 5. As we go around, though, it will be Miller who gets her feet on the wall first. There's about 0.2 separating the first 4 athletes at the wall there. So it will be Miller ahead of Nadine and then Simone in third.
It's no surprise that it's nice and even through that opening 50. They've all got entry times within 1.7 seconds of each other. And the challenge will be see if any of these can crack that 2:20 barrier for the first time. We're all sitting somewhere on that 2:20 to 2:21. So we're really giving ourselves a good chance here. We're turning through that first 100 led by Miller at a 1:06.51.
Miller's got quite a good little distance background, so I expect her to be able to hold on through this second 100. Can anyone try to challenge her, though? Simone Way starting to push her way up again. She looks like she's sitting in second. Ruby Moore also starting to push through the field a little bit too. She turned at 7th at the 100-metre mark.
Yeah, we saw Miller yesterday in the 1500 have a great swim, knock a bunch of time off her personal best. And just like in the 15, she settled into a rhythm fantastically, but a really strong second 100 here by Simone has moved her into the lead in this last 50, but now coming is Ruby. Ruby is storming in this last 50. She's come up alongside Simone. Miller's trying to hold on with those 3 now cleared out from the rest of the field.
Yeah, I really like the way Ruby's timed this race. She was, as I said earlier, sitting in 7th at the 100, and we're seeing a lot of our better 200-metre swimmers. They sit back and then they unleash, and that's exactly what Ruby Moore has done. She's going to be well under that 220 mark at a 218.74, ahead of Simone, 219.51, with Miller finishing in 3rd, 220.03.
So underway here in heat 5 of the girls 14 years 200-metre freestyle. Really strong start from Scarlett Sitters in lane 6. She's going to lead through this opening 50. She had the best of the underwaters, popped up in the lead, established that pace and settled into a rhythm just ahead of the rest of the field. So she'll lead through that opening 50 with India and Gemma on her inside just behind.
Yeah, you can just see from those leaders the white water at their feet. They've gone out with a lot more explosiveness in that first 50, so we'll see if they can hold on. Have they been doing enough kick work at training? As we come down this second 50, Scarlett Siddle still your leader in lane 6. Starting to move through is India Condon in lane 4. She maintains that second place spot with Lydia Sue and Gemma Rump, both side by side on Scarlett's hips as they turn at the 100-metre mark.
So they've also given themselves a chance to challenge that 220 barrier with that opening speed in the first 100. It's all now this important third 50. India's started to move herself into the lead, just ahead of Scarlett.
Yeah, India probably had the better of the walls at the 100-metre turn. She utilised those dolphin kicks. She got up quickly and she was underway. She went in behind, she came out in front. She's maintained that slight distance she gained off the underwater, but Scarlett's still in this race. Those two, nothing separating them onto that turn, and they were pretty close off the underwater on that one as well.
Once again, though, India pops up into the lead after that first 15 metres of the next 50, and she's accelerating away in this last 50 out to almost a body length lead over Scarlett with 15 metres left to swim, with Gemma sitting on Scarlett's feet, but also swimming really well down in lane 8 is Byron.
Yeah, we come under the flag, so it will be India who takes this one out in a 217.34, ahead of Scarlett, 219.23, with Bryn Embry in third, 220.02, so almost breaking that 220 barrier, but two girls under it, so a great effort from our fifth heat. So it's our girls in our sixth and final heat of the 14-year-old 200-metre freestyle, and we have the three athletes contesting this one, all sitting around that 223 high, 224 low. We did see two of the girls in the previous heat break the 220. Wouldn't you love to see it from this last one?
It'd be a nice big personal best if they are able to do that. They're setting themselves up nicely. Lola getting out nice and strongly, and she will lead through that first 50 in a 31.7. Right on target for the speed that she needs to do if she wants to challenge that 220 barrier.
I'm loving seeing our younger athletes attacking these 200s. The 200-metre freestyle event now is sort of switched almost to that sprint rather than a middle distance race. If you're holding off too much in the first 50, you're going to have too much left at the end and run out of pull. You really do need to kind of go out after it in the first lap here.
And Lola's continued to hold on to that speed in that second 50, turns through in a 107.04, a 35.2 on that 50. Now she's going to really need to dig in. Our swimmer from Sale She's doing a fantastic job in this opening 25 of this third 50, with Callie sitting in second and Bessie in third.
We saw our leaders in the previous heat that broke the 220. They were around in a 106 high, so she's not far off that pace, and they were quite comfortably under the 220. So if she can hold these 35s, we're looking really good. We turn our attention to the board to see what the split is here. It will still be Lola in the lead. She's just snuck out to a 36. It is Callie in second and Bessie in third.
So as we move into our final 25 of our sixth and final heat of the girls' 14 years 200 metre freestyle, Lola, who's set the pace from the opening 25, is holding on to a nice lead as she heads underneath the false start rope with 15 metres left to swim. She comes underneath the flags and into touch in a 2:20.56. Nice personal best there. Callie in second and Bessie in third. In the water now is heat 1 of event 42, the boys 14 years 200 metre freestyle. We have 5 heats. And off to a really strong start. In the centre of the pool is Hang Tang Wang. He's going to lead through in a swift 26.15 opening 50.
So we saw a brilliant short course season this year from Huntang, breaking a couple of Australian records, the 200 metre freestyle event being one of those. I've already had a bit of a quick squiz at the age record for our 14-year-old boys, and it's actually held by Mac Horton, so a pretty well-known member around our state.
Giving himself a chance without the 55.59 if he can keep that pace on, but he does look like he's relaxing a little bit in this third 50, but that's definitely the speed he's going to need to go through the first 100 to give himself a chance at that state record coming up soon. Christopher Lee sitting in second place with Edward in third.
And that can be a little bit of a tactic from some of our athletes who are performing at that higher level in the heats. Set the race up how you intend to do it in the evening, so you get a little bit of feedback on maybe you could have done this turn better or something improved on the start, or you might just, like Huntang did, is hit the time that you're looking for to reproduce later on tonight. And then when you come back in the finals, you know how it's constructed, and then you just have to do it the whole race rather than both the heat and the final.
So he's still in control of this heat, but there's a great battle looming behind him. So Hang Tang has got it under control, but that battle for second is really tight. Cole Roberts has just moved into second place. Also swimming really well in lane 9 is Angus Goodison as they come underneath the flags. It will be Hang Tang who takes it out, head of Cole, with Edward Pollard and Angus Goodison behind.
Underway now with our second heat of the boys 14-year-old 200 metre freestyle. Some pretty solid swims across the board out of that first heat, looking at around a 2:07, quite low to produce a time to make you enter our final tonight. We saw 2:07.14, 2:07.16 from third and fourth. Usually we sort of set the standard around that fourth place spot out of the first heat. So we'll see what the boys in Heat 2 can do, with Ewan Stubbings leading us through at the 50-metre turn out in a 27.59 ahead of Kepler Snyder's 27.71 and Jack's in third 28.39.
Yeah, Kepler had the best of the turns there and did pop up in the lead into this second 50, and he's held that through this second 50 and will lead through the 100-metre turn. So they're not quite as fast as Hang Tang in the first 100, but expect them to continue to hold this pace. So out in 58s, Kepler leading from Ewan, with Jack sitting in third place.
And all three of our leaders turned under that minute barrier, so some pretty high quality swims out of this second heat. Both of the boys out in the lead, though, they still look a little bit relaxed, like there is a bit more left in the tank here.
So strong third 50 there from Kepler has extended his lead once again over Ewan Stubbins as we head into this final 50.
Boys here both holding just a nice rhythm, breathing every stroke there. So we'll come down now under the flags, and Kepler's going to take out the second heat. The time, 2:01.41. Ewan, 2:01.99. And Daniel Collins finishes off nicely in a 2:04.47 to take third. So a bit quicker across the board in this second heat from the boys. 5 athletes going under 2:06, being around that 2:06 mark.
So underway here in our third heat of our boys 14 years 200 freestyle. And Ijak, who leads through this opening 25. Also going with him is Riley Huntley in lane 6. So those two have got about a body length clear of the rest of the field in this opening 50.
Ishak, another swimmer who had a really dominant short course season. Most of the events, I think I saw him race in, he came away with a little bit of bling. He's setting up this 200 quite nicely here. Riley Huntley going with him. So those two with that early separation from the rest of the field as they come into that 100-metre turn.
So they've definitely seen the speed that's been on in these opening couple of heats and know that if they want to give themselves a good chance to make in the final, they need to get out under that minute, which they've both done. Riley leads through just ahead of Ishak, who had the better turn, popped up in the lead once again, and that battle third behind them is really tight with a number of swimmers in with a chance.
So Ishak just gaining or extending that lead through this third 50. A little bit faster split than his previous lap, so it's always a really good sign. Riley Huntley still sits in second. Terence Chi holds on to third, so he was third at the halfway. He's held off that barrier of boys who all turned in the 102.
But it has been a really strong second 100 from Ishak, and he's pulled well clear of the rest of the field. He's attacked this second 100 and comes down to touch in a 2:00.30. It will be Riley who touches in second, and the battle for third goes to Benjamin Sheen.
Away we go now with our fourth of 5 heats. Quick start over in lane 8 by Samuel Ng.
continued to keep the pressure on in this second 25, this opening 50. Does look like he's planning to lead through at the 50-metre mark after that nice and aggressive opening 25. Turns through in a 28.59, so give himself every chance to post a really strong personal best time.
He comes into this event with a 2:14 entry. Alongside him, most of the boys in this heat sit around that 2:14. It's only the 3 athletes in the centre who have broken that barrier, and Samuel really chasing after this one. If he can hold on, he's set for a nice personal best. He'll turn here just over the minute in a 1:00.66. Following him onto the wall was Leon Anker in a 1:02.26 and Caden Tan 1:02.46.
So he's continued to hold his speed through that second 50. Now's the all-important third 50. He's got that body length and a half lead over the centre of the pool, which are all starting to make their way through together. He's breathing towards the grandstand side, so he won't be seeing them as easily, and they are starting to creep up into him. So he's only going to lead by a body length heading into this final turn.
So on this lap, he will get to breathe across the pool. Hopefully you'll see the boys coming and start to get a bit of a wiggle on. You can see he's brought in that leg kick again. That's just slightly dropped off down the third 50. So Samuel's still your leader, very close now for that second and third spot. Oscar Magalotti just holding on over Caden Tan in 5 and Joseph McKinney in 4. We come down now under the flags. He's done such a good job from start to finish, and he will hold on to take this one out in a 2:10.61 for Samuel, ahead of Oscar, 2:11.31, and it was Joseph finishing in third, 2:11.35.
As we are underway in our 5th and final heat of boys 14 years 200-metre freestyle. Xavier in lane 3, Titus in 4 and Ethan in 5. So all these swimmers have entry times within 0.2 of a second of each other on that 2:14. It'll be good to see how they're able to attack this 200 to give themselves a chance to set up a personal best time. They've all gone out under 30, which is exactly what they needed to do in this opening 50, and they're settling into their rhythm with Xavier and Ethan just ahead of Titus.
So they've set themselves up well to come into turn at the 100-metre mark. Maybe a change of leader here with Xavier Gray getting his feet on the wall ever so slightly ahead in a 1:03.18 of Ethan, 1:03.37. But Titus still up in this mix here, 1:03.76.
We did expect it to be close, and it has been through this first 100, and it's getting even tighter in this third 50. They've almost side by side as we head towards this final wall in this final heat of our boys 14 years 200-metre freestyle. That strong third 50 from Titus. He's moved from third to second, gaining half a second on the other boys.
And less than 0.1 separating all 3 of the athletes in this field here. Titus continuing to motor down this final lap, really bringing in that 6-beat kick throughout the second half of this race. Ethan can see him, he's breathing towards Titus, he's trying to hold on, and Xavier Gray just breathing away from the boys every now and again, so he kind of lost that little bit of touch with them as we come down under the flags. It's stroke for stroke, and it will go to Titus, who touches in a 2:11.66 ahead of Ethan, 2:11.70, with Xavier in third, 2:12.30.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 43, the girls 15 years 50 metre butterfly. We have 7 heats in this event. So through the opening 25, it is Zara Jeffrey who leads. And she continues to lead over a nice tight field behind her through that 35 metre mark. So as we come underneath the flags, it will be Zara who takes this opening heat out ahead of the Zia with Waylon in third.
Away we go now with the second heat. Our visitors swimming out of the centre of the pool, long underwater from Miller Tongalia in lane 5. Popped up in front, but here comes Emily Daunt pushing through on the swim portion. Staying nice and low, keeping those arms super close to the surface. She'll take this one out in a 28.62 ahead of Kayla in a 29.69, an equal third between Miller and Zara.
So strong underwaters from Kira and Ane in the centre of the pool as they lead through the first 25. Also swimming well as Octavia, who's come up alongside them with 15 metres left to swim. Kira has now pulled ahead of the field into this last 5 metres and is going to take out heat 3 in a 29.08.
Heat 4, and it's Chloe Huo in 5 with the early lead after the underwater. Good start from Mika Thapa over in lane 8 also. Right alongside her, Cassandra Isabel Boscosho in at 9. So the outside lanes had it early on, but here comes the centre of the pool. Chloe still maintaining that lead. Bethan over in lane 7. She's doing well as they come down onto the flags. And it will be Bethan in a 31.01 ahead of Chloe, 31.22, with Lily Goodman in third, 31.63.
Strong underwaters from Laura Hallett, our visitor from the Northern Territory, and she leads through this opening 15 metres and has continued to hold this lead through the 35 metre mark of heat 5 and just slightly extend ahead of Sophia in lane 3. As we come underneath the flags, it will be Laura who takes this heat out, with Sophia in second and Emily McMillan in third.
6 of 7 away and racing. Not a lot separating the girls off that first 15 metres and underwater as we come through into the 25. Georgie Vague in lane 8. Looks to be just ahead of Emily Towers over in lane 2. Very strong swim from an outside lane here as we come down under the flags. She's going to hold on to that lead and take this one out in a 31.40. Avika Thacker in second in a 32.08 with Emily in third, 32.13.
Underway in our 7th and final heat of girls 15 years 50-metre butterfly. Yvette and Anthea move through this first 25 neck and neck. With 15 metres left to swim, Anthea Zhang has moved slightly ahead of Yvette Hoyne. And it will be Anthea who takes out this final heat in a 32.66 ahead of Yvette. Our next event is event 44, the boys 15 years, 50-metre butterfly. We have 7 heats of this event. Behind the blocks is heat 1. Underway here in the opening heat of the boys 15 years 50 butterfly. Jacob Riches leads through that first 35 metres with a really strong underwater, popped up, continued to hold that speed, and he's just extended his lead all the way through the wall and will take out this opening heat in 25.51 ahead of Jing Tang, and in third Michael Chen.
Second heat underway, and it was a brilliant start in underwater by Harold Zhu in lane 4. Almost timed that 15 to perfection there. Sitting in second looks to be Benjamin King in lane 6, and not far behind is Gabriel Wong in 3, but it is all Harold from start to end. If you can time this finish, it's going to take this one out in a 26.43 ahead of Benjamin, 27.06, and it will be Gabriel in third, 27.15.
Popping up right at the 15-metre mark is Lawrence Lim, and he leads through the opening 25 here in heat 3. George Galvin is also swimming well alongside him, so lane 4 and 5 are just ahead of the rest of the field with 10 metres left to swim. But it will be Lawrence who had the best start, and he's been in control since, to take it out ahead of George in second, with Alex Steffens in third.
And away we are with the fourth heat of the boys. It was a good start by Angus Yule over in lane 3. He's just holding off Logan Pinkerton in 4, and Sebastian Mansfield also doing well in lane 5. Stroke for stroke onto the wall, and it will be Angus that gets his hands there first. 28.09 ahead of Seb, 28.13, with Logan in third, 28.24.
Underway here in Heat 5. Nice even start across the field, with Ryan Guru just leading through that 25-metre mark. At the 35-metre mark, Alexander has taken over the lead in lane 5, and he started to pull clear of the rest of the field in this second 25, and will take out Heat 5 comfortably in a nice 27.60. Ryan Guru in second and Anthony Pan in third.
Away we go now with our 6th of 7 heats in the boys' 15-year 50-metre butterfly. Out in front at that 35-metre mark is Harry Lynn in lane 6, ahead of Sydney Bartlett and Austin Lynn. We come into touch, he'll hold on to that lead in a 27.79, Austin 28.15, and then Sydney 28.24 for third.
Underway now, 7th and final heat of boys 15 years 50 butterfly. Leading through the first 25 is Oliver Lisick in lane 3, just ahead of Max Grier in 2. So those two are going stroke for stroke down these last 10 metres to take out this final heat of the boys 15 years 50 butterfly. And it does go to Max just ahead of Oliver, with Oliver Dyer in third.
In the water now we have event 45, the 100-metre butterfly for our 16-year-old girls. We have 3 heats in this event this morning.
And a nice even start in this opening heat, with Allegra and Ava just having a slight lead over Mia Bates as we approach this 50-metre turn. So Allegra and Ava hit the wall together under that 30-second mark, with Mia sitting in third and Gemma Sullivan in fourth.
Yeah, both those girls in lanes 4 and 5 out nicely. I saw them getting plenty of oxygen in, making sure they took plenty of breaths down that first 50 so as not to fatigue too much down this second lap. Allegra, though, she's just come away in this second 50. She's pulled to almost a body length lead ahead of Ava Candy as we come down under the flags. And it will be Allegra Green in lane 4, 103.15 ahead of Ava, 103.96 with Mia Bates in third, 105.97. Under the water with our second heat of the girls. Once again, just seeing some good skills from the centre of the pool here. Our fastest qualifiers showing why they have secured those central lanes from these heats. It's stroke for stroke down this first 50 between Macy Sheridan and Caitlin Ord. As they come into turn, it will be Macy 29.83 ahead of Caitlin 30.20 with Celeste Cheng turning in third 30.70.
Yeah, Macy really timed her full stroke onto the wall there, so that gave her a little bit of an extra lead over Caitlin leading into this second 50. Caitlin starting to work her way back towards her hips though, and looks to challenge in the last 15 metres, but that good timing on the wall has led for helped Macy Sheridan extend her lead in this second 50 and will take out heat 2 in a 104.40 ahead of Caitlin Ord with Logan Sherry in third.
And off we go now with our third and final heat of the 16-year girls 100-metre butterfly. Quick start over the far side of the pool from Jiu Seo in lane 2. She was up and racing quickly early on. Here comes though Chloe Burke over in lane 5. So those two, your early leaders down the first 50.
And it will be Chloe who turns first in a 30.46 ahead of Lucy Doyle with GU sitting in third place now. A strong turn from Chloe and she's extended that lead to almost a body length as we head towards the 75-metre mark with Lucy Doyle, Gemma Hale all now right challenging for that second position.
Yeah, Chloe Burke really came out into this second 50 so explosively. She's held on to that lead, but Jemima Hale starting to push her way up in this second lap as well. She'll take out that second place spot ahead of Lucy Doyle. So Chloe Burke 104.38, Jemima Hale 105.60, and Lucy Doyle in 106.43 for third.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 46, the boys 16 years 100-metre butterfly. We have 5 heats of this event. So through the first 25 metres here of heat 1, it is Eli Billman who leads just ahead of Oscar Dinwall.
Pretty close on that turn. Eli Billman 26.75 though, only athlete in the field to break that 27. Oscar Dingwall 27.07 with Lewis G turning in a third 27.26. It was pretty close down the first 50, but we're just starting to see once again middle lanes pulling away throughout with 15 metres left to swim, and Eli Billman still pretty comfortably ahead of Oscar Dingwall as we come down under the flags.
So it will be Eli who takes out this opening heat ahead of Oscar with Wulu getting a touch for third. So underway here in Heat 2 of our boys, 16 years, 100-metre butterfly. Harrison Main off to the best starts in lane 4 with Cameron alongside him in lane 5. Those two will lead through this opening 50, just ahead of Patrick in 3. So it is the middle of the pool who lead through in 27 low opening 50s. So Cameron had the best of the turns to pull up alongside Harrison. And those two are now going stroke to stroke with 25 metres left to go as Patrick joins them for this final 25. So with 15 metres left to swim as our visitors who've moved into first and second place with a really strong second 50 from Patrick, and he takes this heat out in a 59.11 ahead of Cameron and Harrison in third.
Third of 5, good start. Barta Porowicz in lane 5. Speedy underwaters. His teammate Luca Brown already though up alongside him, and it was a quick first 25 from Zayden Burton over in lane 1.
But it is the Melbourne Swimming Club teammates in the centre of the pool who are going to lead through this opening 50, with Luca leading through in a 26.4. Speedy first 50 from Bart, with Scott Robinson in third.
Yeah, one of the faster first 50s that we've seen across this event so far from Luca Brown here. Just looking really comfortable as well, maintaining that nice rhythm. Bart still sitting just behind him, and the race for third looks to be between Scott Robinson and a few of the boys. Really, they're quite close for that fourth place spot here as we come down under the flags. It will be Luca, 57.35, ahead of Bart, 58.34, with Scott finishing there also under the minute barrier in a 59.77. Well, the final in this event is certainly shaping up to be a fast one. We move along now to our fourth heat, and Keanu Dingle over in lane 0 got away well off the start. Going out with him is Liam Walker in lane 3, and it will be Maximilian Brocklesby in 5. They're going to be your top 3 onto the turn.
They turn through together in 28 mids, and then once again they surface together. So they're through that 15-metre turn. They've all popped up about 7 metres off the wall with those strong dolphins as they continue to be side by side with 25 metres left to swim.
Yeah, Gordon Chen, who turned in 4th, also come away on that underwater well. But here comes Ryan Martin from lane 4. He's joined the little party in our lead group, and it's going to be timing onto the finish. But it looks like he might get there in time. He will. 102.12 for Ryan Martin ahead of Gordon Chen. 102.53. And then it will be Maximilian in 3rd. 102.55. Underwater now with our fifth and final heat of the boys' 16-year-old 100-metre butterfly. And it will be Campbell Nicholson who leads us through at the 25, just ahead of Joshua Fitzgerald over in lane 3.
Yeah, so that Joshua is being joined by Ji Yoon for this opening 50 to sit in third place. But those three are going to head to the wall together as they turn through. It will be Joshua who leads just ahead of Campbell in that opening 50. Once again, strong underwaters from Campbell. He had the lead after the start. He pops up in the lead once again after the turn.
Yeah, certainly utilising the strength of his dolphin kicks on the underwater. Ji Juan in lane 4, though, starting to push through this field a little bit down the second 50. He's really pulled up right alongside Joshua and Campbell. And those three athletes are going to be almost stroke for stroke onto the finish wall, as Joshua holds on in a 103.62, just 6 100ths ahead of Ji Juan in a 103.68, with Campbell 103.83 for third. From our last heat of the boys.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 47, the girls 17-18 200-metre individual medley. There are 3 heats of this event. As per usual, we see Isabella Osborne off to a really strong start in this butterfly leg. She's got good underwaters, good early speed, and she's using this in this first 50 of butterfly.
Yeah, I think we really need to kind of talk about the difference in an IM. You often see these athletes, they hold back a little bit in their butterfly, trying to maintain that energy for what's left to come. But if you are someone like Isabella, who is such a dominant flyer, you also have to be able to utilise that to your advantage. There's no point in her going out with the rest of the field when she's so good at that butterfly leg.
Yeah, because the butterfly leg happens at the start, it doesn't happen at the end, so you don't get to use it once again at the end. You've only got that one chance to use it, so use it or lose it.
Although I did hear that at our Australia versus the world competition, where we have 4 of our Victorian athletes competing, they are doing a surprise medley, which they find out right before they race what the order is going to be. So those swimmers competing there for Victoria or for Australia are Henry Allen, David Schlitt, Tara Kinder and Will Petrick.
Yeah, so I think all those medley swimmers love a good old mystery medley. It adds to the fun, adds to the excitement, slightly changes the way the race is put together.
And putting together a really great breaststroke leg here is Jasmine Lyles in lane 5. She moved her way through into second during the backstroke, and she's really pulled away. She's got about 2 body lengths ahead of Macy Pronk and Stella Salamone over in lane 3.
So it will be Jasmine who leads clearly ahead of Stella and Maisie heading into this freestyle leg. So that really dominant breaststroke there set Jasmine up to comfortably control this opening heat of our girls 17-18 200-metre individual medley, and she's pulled out to almost a 7 or 8 metre lead.
So we'll come down now under the flags with Jasmine Lyles in at lane 5. She will take out this first heat in a 226.67 ahead of Maisie 229.70 and Stella in third 232.18. Off we go now with our second heat of 3 in the 17-18-year-old girls 200-metre individual medley. Pretty close off the first 25 between the field here. Maybe just out in front, Alinta Dingwall in lane 5. Also doing well early on is Tori Clare over in lane 7 as they come down under the flags, ready to transition into the backstroke.
So those two lead through this opening 50, with Judy Hussein Aman sitting in third place, but getting the best of the turns to pop up right alongside our two early leaders. So as we move through the first 25 metres of backstroke, Alinta and Judy have now pulled into first and second place, with Claire Matheson, another strong backstroker, moving into third.
Yeah, Claire really utilised that underwater well. She was explosive and came through on that breakout nicely. She's maintained some good technique throughout this backstroke, and she's almost shifted herself up into second now, just behind Alinta and Judy as we come into the breaststroke.
So good use of Claire's strongest stroke there. She's popped up from midfield all the way into second place. Judy's starting to take back that second place now, 25 metres in the breaststroke, as they sit a body length behind Alinta Dingwall.
So those top three girls, they've still got a little bit of space between themselves and the other girls in the field. Salia White over in 1, starting to make a little bit of a move. She is closing the gap, but not quite going to have enough length left in the pool to overtake Judy as they turn into the freestyle. It will be Alinta leading us ahead of Claire Matheson, Judy Hussein Aman in third, and Salia White in fourth.
Claire did a really good job on that second 25 of breaststroke to move back past Judy into second place, as they're both still trailing our visitor from South Australia into this last 25 metres. So it is Alinta Dingwall who is going to take out heat 2 of the girls 17-18 200 metre individual medley in a 2:25.90, with Claire Matheson in second and Judy Hussein Aman in third.
Here we go with our third and final heat of the girls 17-18 years 200 metre IM. Over in lane 3, Frances Boardville got away nicely off the start, as did Grace Cox in lane 6.
But it is nice and even across the field here as we approach our butterfly to backstroke turn. They go into the wall together, with Grace slightly ahead, and Zoe sitting in second place and Rihanna Chen in third.
Those first 5 athletes touching under the 32-second mark. So 5 girls on 31. So watching lane 2, Zoe Schneider start to push her way out into the lead ahead of Grace Cox. So those two now pretty solidly in first and second, ahead of a close race between Farida Taha and Rihanna Chen as we come into the breaststroke.
Yeah, so those two use their strength in their backstroke to extend their lead ahead of Farida Taha, sitting in third place through this halfway turn. So Farida is starting to make a little bit of ground on our early leaders, as well as Claire and Frances coming strongly as well. So it's starting to tighten up in this second 25 of breaststroke. Zoe Schneider continues to lead. Farida has now moved into second place, and moving into third place in the final 5 metres of breaststroke is Claire swimming out of lane 5. So Farida is actually going to touch the wall first into this final 50, just ahead of Zoe.
Yeah, Farida, one of the fastest splits in the breaststroke in the whole field, only beaten by Claire Borgmeyer in lane 5 on that third 50-metre time. Zoe Schneider still holds on to second place behind Farida, with Claire in third and Grace Cox sitting in fourth, but not really letting Claire Borgmeyer get it all her own way. She's trying to hold on in this race, but it will be Farida Taha as we come down under the flags. That breaststroke really solidified this race for her. 227.26 for Farida. It will be 230.33 for Zoe. And then Claire holds on to third, 230.57. In the water now, we have our swimmers for event 48, the men's 17-18 years 200-metre individual medley. This is heat 1 of 3.
Really strong start in the centre of the pool by Felix Dressel-De Bruin. He's going to lead through this butterfly leg, with Callum sitting in second place.
As we come down the backstroke, not a lot of changes so far out of the first heat. Felix still holds on to the lead ahead of Callum, who is starting though to close the gap a little bit through this backstroke. We do know Felix has a very strong breaststroke leg ahead of him. As they come down into the turn, it's almost stroke for stroke onto the wall, with Felix getting his hand on first in a 101.48, ahead of Callum 101.72, with Benjamin Nolter in third, 103.98.
Announcing an infraction report for event 47, heat 3, lane 3. Head did not break the surface of the water at or before the 15-metre mark after the start. That's event 47, heat 3, lane 3.
So your leaders still remain the same, with Felix out ahead of Callum as they turn for home into the freestyle. Tom in lane 3, he shifted his way from fourth into third on the breaststroke leg ahead of Benjamin, with Max Malone sitting in fifth. But it is quite the comfortable swim here by Felix, looking very relaxed down this final 50.
Yes, he's had it in his control the whole 200. Started off nice and strong in that butterfly, held the lead throughout, 2:11.25 to take out this opening heat. Ahead of Callum, with a tight battle for third, going the way of Tom Erhardt. Underway here in heat 2 of our boys 17-18 200-metre individual medley. And a really strong start in lane 5 by Jake Ridley. He's got almost a body length lead through that opening 25. He's continued to extend it in this second 25 of our butterfly, as he heads into the turn at a nice speedy 26.89. With Carmen sitting in second place and Toby Sutton in third.
So we didn't see a lot of changes in the previous heat during that breaststroke leg. I am looking and seeing a few breaststroke boys' names across this field, so we'll see if they can close the gap that has been set early on by Jake Ridley and Kynan Power. They are basically stroke for stroke as we come into this halfway point. With it looks like Kynan's going to get his hand on just ahead. So he turns in a 101.28 ahead of Jake 101.73. And those are very similar splits to what we saw the two boys from our first heat go as well.
Yeah, really strong backstroke leg there from Kynan to move up into first place. But as expected, here Darcy Stewart starts to come. We always know he moves through really strongly in the breaststroke leg, and he's attacked his breaststroke right from the start. He's come alongside our leader through the 100-metre turn.
Yeah, and he looks like he's almost about to take control of the race entirely. So he turned in third. He's now moved his way up into first. Mitchell Davies over in lane 7, another great breaststroke leg from him. The split was actually the fastest breaststroke in the pool, so he's shifted his way into second. And that's what we expected to see from this race. Those breaststrokers really utilising the third 50. It's now a race from those three boys down this final lap.
Yeah, they're neck and neck with 25 metres left to swim. It does look like Jake has started to move back up alongside Darcy with 15 metres left to swim here in Heat 2. As they go underneath the flags, Darcy is going to hold on and take this heat out in 2:16.00. Jake in second and Mitchell in third.
And off we go here with our third and a final heat of the boys, 17, 18-year-olds. Bailey Young out in lane 7, getting away nicely off the start in the butterfly. Not too far behind him is Harry Kuma in at lane 6. And then onto the wall in third will be Peter Behrens over in at lane 1.
So a little bit more even here in Heat 3. As we move halfway through our backstroke leg, there's still Harry and Bailey who lead from their strong butterfly. They've got a half body length lead over Blake Hughes, who's starting to make his move in the second 25 of backstroke. Also swimming really strongly in this second 25 of backstroke is Blake Scott. So through the 100-metre turn, it will be Harry who leads ahead of Blake Scott and Blake Hughes.
Yes, the backstroke Blakes in action have moved their way through the field here to close that gap a little bit on Harry Kuma, and they're continuing with a little bit of momentum from Blake Hughes and Harry Heath in lane 4. He's shifted gears in the breaststroke as well to push his way out into the lead at the halfway point.
Yeah, so he turned 6 at the 100-metre mark, and by the 125-metre mark, he was in first, and he's extended his lead out to almost 2 body lengths at the conclusion of this breaststroke. A really strong 35.60 breaststroke leg as he turns first into that freestyle ahead of Blake Hughes, with Blake Scott sitting in third.
And what I enjoyed about Harry Heath's breaststroke is it's actually a faster split than his backstroke leg. So a bit of context there. That's how quick he was moving through that third 50.
So it's probably a leg that he can work on in the final tonight, his backstroke, because he does look like he's going to be comfortably in tonight's final, as he's going to take out our third and final heat of boys 17, 18, 200 IM in a 2:13.29. Blake Hughes getting the touch for second, with Harry in third. In the water now is heat 1 of event 51. The girls 12 years 400 metre freestyle. We have 2 heats. So in the centre of the pool, it is Isabel Thornborough who leads in this opening 50.
And what a day to be out in front, because it is Isabel's birthday. So a bit of a happy birthday to Isabel. If you do get an opportunity to watch this one back, we hope you have a wonderful day. So far, this 400, though, is looking great for you. So Isabel does turn out in first, 31.65, ahead of Mackenzie Wilson in second, 32.76, and Cadence Power Kahika Lewis in third, 33.12.
A heat win would be a nice birthday present, but I don't think the others will just gift it to her. She's going to have to earn it here. She does do a good job in this opening 100 to give herself the best chance. We saw her in the 1500 yesterday, and she leads through in a 107.88 ahead of Mackenzie, with Cadence sitting in third.
Surely that was the conversation, though, behind the start. Just, guys, it's my birthday, go easy on me. Obviously, Coach wasn't feeling the same, making her swim the 400 freestyle on her birthday.
It's a sprint compared to the 1500, though, so she's having a ball.
So our 400 freestyle, we are looking for a few different things to our sprintier events like the 100 or even the 50. And then even still, it's quite a different race to the 1500 with the way we set it up. So we are going to be breaking it down most likely for a lot of these athletes into those quarters, the 4 100s. The first one, we do want to get out nicely, get that easy speed. It is always good if you are out in front, get that little bit of a lead early on, and you can try and maintain that, and everyone else has to do that extra work to try and close the gap. On the middle 2 100, so that second 100 and the third 100, I think that's where the hard work happens, and that's where we want to see these athletes really start to build the race, to bring in their legs a little bit earlier if they can, and to maintain that stroke rate, because it can be easy to almost sort of lapse and get a little bit too relaxed.
So as we move through that 200 metre mark, it is still our birthday girl out in front, comfortably ahead of Mackenzie. Now moving into third place is Victoria Dang. Swim Merch is for Swimming Victoria's official event merchandise provider. Check out. So we saw in that opening heat that Isabel Thornborough set the standard right from the first 100. Stamped her authority on these heats, and it does look like Mariella is trying to do the same thing here in heat 2, and she's clearly out in the lead in this opening 100. She turns first in a 107.68, and that battle behind her is really nice and tight between Taylor, Mia and Ella. We're not going stroke for stroke down that opening 100.
So a little bit similar to what we saw in the previous heat, our leader getting away early, creating that space in the distance, and then that next little almost pack of girls are going to be trying to chase down on each 50 metres after this, see if they can close it. Looks like Taylor Holt will just be slightly ahead of Mia Clements down this 50. It's going to be close onto the turn. They've almost separated themselves a little bit from Ella Robertson here on this lap.
So Mariella has just continued to slightly extend her lead in this second 100 of our second heat of girls 12 years 400 freestyle. So we saw the strong performance in that opening heat from a number of those swimmers. So these girls would have seen their times on the board before they dived in and known what standard they needed to hit if they were looking forward to making a final tonight. So Mariella turns through first at the 200 metre, with Mia in second and Taylor in third.
It's a very solid 100 there from Mariella. She almost increased that gap quite substantially throughout that 50. And she's really working through this third 100. Still that second and third place, though. There's really nothing separating Taylor and Mia. And on the way back, they are going to get to breathe towards each other a little bit, so they'll know throughout this whole race where the other one is, which is a really good feeling when you're in a 400, that ability to see someone else. It can be easy if you're sort of stuck out by yourself, you can't see anyone. It makes this race a lot more challenging. So really good for the girls that they have one another to push themselves along.
As much as all the coaches will be saying don't look at your competitors and focus on yourself, it is always good to be able to use your peripheral vision to see someone else in the pool.
As a 12-year-old, I'd be racing. Just race.
So with 100 metres left to swim, Mariella has set a really strong tempo through this opening 300 and is just continuing to extend her lead over Mia and Taylor, who is remaining second and third, with Ella Robinson not too far behind in fourth. Alicia Scott is also starting to challenge Ella for that fourth position in this heat, which could be all important in a spot for the final. With just 2 heats, there's plenty of opportunities for these swimmers to scrape into the final if they can get inside the top 4 in this heat. So with 35 metres left to swim, Mariella is looking comfortable, looking controlled. She's really bringing those legs in on this last 50, keeping that 6-speed kick going nice and strong. Mia Clements has held on to second place just ahead of Taylor Holt this entire 400, and she's continuing to do that into this last 25.
This is going to be a fast time for Mariella, and she comes down under the flags to take out the second heat in a 4:48.71. Mia looks like she will hang on to that second place spot onto the wall. 5:01.90, almost breaking that 5-minute barrier, ahead of Taylor Holt. 5:02.55.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 52, the boys 12 years 400 metre freestyle. We have 3 heats of this event.
And getting away nicely over in lane 5 was Billy Main, who's taken this one out quickly down the first 50 ahead of Hope Koo in lane 4. And they are going to be pretty early out into the lead here with 7 laps remaining of this 400 free.
So they have continued to extend their lead through this second 50, with Ian Chu sitting in third place in lane 3. Also swimming well in this opening 100 is Lawrence in lane 0 and Ethan in lane 9. They're currently sitting in 4th and 5th as we make their way towards this 100 metre turn. It will be Billy who leads from Hong Han, with Ian sitting in 3rd place. Ethan sits in 4th with Lawrence in 5th, all the way over there in lane 9 and 0. So we've got action in the middle of the pool and action on the outside of the pool here in our opening heat of our boys 12-year-old 400 freestyle. So Billy maintains his lead ahead of Hong Hang as they head through the 150-metre turn. When Ethan Dennison moving into third place in lane 9. So a reminder, in our 400 metres we seed our first 2 heats. So our fastest 20 athletes are spread evenly across the pool in those 2 heats, with our fastest swimmers in lane 4 working our way out to lane 9 based on our seed times. It is Billy Main who continues to lead through the 200, but Hong Hang made a good move in that 50 to pull right up alongside him, and Ethan, sitting in lane 9, has maintained his hold of third place. So Ethan had an entry time of 5:21, and that first 200 he's gone out in a 2:23, so he's given himself every chance to swim a really strong PB. Our Westbourne swimmer in lane 9. So now Hong Hang has taken over the lead. Yarra Plenty swimmer was gradually making ground on Billy Main through the last 100 metres, and he's into the lead here as we approach the 300-metre turn.
Yeah, Hope looks like he's really timing this race quite well. He sort of held off that little bit extra in the first 50 and first 100 and just building through now, increasing that lead ever so slightly with each stroke that he's taking as the boys now come into turn for their final 100 metres. It will be Hope that goes around in first in a 3:30.98 ahead of Billy, 3:33.57. And if we just take a look at the splits, Hope was about 2 seconds faster down that previous lap.
And still in lane 9, Ethan Dennison is sitting in third place, as he has for the majority of this event. So really strong performance by Ethan to hold on to third place behind our 2 leaders, Billy and Hong Hang, in the middle of the pool.
And that lead increasing a little bit more and more as we come down to turn for the final 50 here. Hope goes around in a 4:09.06. So a little bit slower on that lap. I think the previous one, he was still trying to get himself out ahead of Billy, and now he's settled back down. A little bit left in the tank, maybe. Hopefully we can see him go a little bit quicker as we come down. 25 metres left to swim. Billy Main maintaining that spot in second now quite comfortably. There's a bit of a gap still between himself and Ethan Dennison over in lane 9, but Ethan, what a swim he's had. He's still holding off Ethan Cho and Thomas Johnson over in lanes 3 and 2 respectively, but I think he's done enough to get himself across the line in third here. Those times on the wall there. Hope Koo in a 4:44.98, Billy Main 4:51.15, and then Ethan Dennison in a 4:56.14.
Underway here in our second heat of boys 12 years 400 freestyle. Jason Wang in lane 7 led through the first 25 with Callum Wilson in lane 5. As we make our way through this first 50 turn, it is Callum Wilson who continues to lead now. Moving into second place is Luca, and in third place Logan Gibson in lane 2. So it is nice and even in this first 100 as we're starting to settle into our rhythm. So we'll look to see who can continue to keep the pressure on in this second 100 and start to separate themselves from the field. As we go through this 100-metre turn, Luca's slightly ahead of Callum as they turn together, with Jack Williams now moving into third place just ahead of Logan Gibson. Those first four are now a body length clear of the rest of the field as we make our way into our second 100.
Across this field, we are starting to see a few of those little pair-ups. So our leaders, and then that second and third little pair, and then even for fourth and fifth, we've got a couple of the athletes just trying to stick with the person next to them. And quite often you can see that might be a little bit of a race plan for a few of these athletes coming into it. You know, they've sort of said, oh, I just want to keep up with this person, or I just want to beat this person that's next to me. And we do tend to see these little pair-ups throughout.
So Luca's starting to extend his lead here as we approach the halfway mark of our second heat of boys 12 years 200-metre freestyle, with Callum Wilson sitting in second place, but making a bit of a move in this second 100 has been Logan Gibson. He'll turn in third, just behind Callum in second. So as we head into this all-important third 100 here in Heat 2, it is Luca who's continuing to extend his lead. Our visitor from Tasmania, out of the Hobart Aquatic Club, has now an 8-metre lead over both Logan Gibson and Callum Wilson. We're going to head into this turn together. So Luke has been doing a fantastic job of keeping that tempo going throughout this 400. Those legs have been kicking nicely with a somewhere between 2 and 4 beat kick throughout. And he's extended his lead to almost 10 metres over a really good battle between Logan Gibson from Warragul and Callum Wilson from Caulfield. As we head into the last 100, Luca is in complete control of this second heat, with that great battle developing behind him. With 75 metres left to swim, Callum Wilson has a half body length lead over Logan Gibson in that battle for second and third in this heat. But it is all Luca out in front. He's been able to maintain his tempo from that opening 50 and gradually just extend his lead throughout this 400. So a Hobart Aquatic athlete is going to take this second heat of the boys 12 years 400 freestyle out and post an impressive time of 4:45.45. A good battle for second is continuing, with Callum Wilson going to come into the wall to touch and take out second ahead of Logan Gibson. underway in our third and final heat of the boys' 12 years 400 metre freestyle. A really strong start in lane 6 by Caleb Smith, and he leads through the opening 25. So Caleb's first 50, the 32.36, really attacked in and was nice and aggressive through that opening 50. We saw a number of these boys swimming at the start of the program in the 200 metre individual medley, and backing up here in this 400 freestyle. So Caleb continues to lead ahead of Otto Piper. So through the first 100, Caleb leads in a 1:10.0 ahead of Otto Piper and Nicholas Wang sitting in third place. Also swimming well is Hugo Gibson in lane 1. So it was a strong start through that first 100 of Caleb, and he's looking to try and maintain that rhythm here in this second 100.
Yeah, he's got really comfortable already. You can just see he's gone a little bit easier on the legs down this 50, using that higher stroke rate to kind of hold on to the position that he set himself up in early on. Hugo Gibson also in lane 1, I should say, is also having a nice swim. Set up really well. It was a good split by him on that 50, one of the fastest in the field, and he's quite comfortably sitting in second. But there is a whole wall of athletes between lanes 9, 8 and 7 here who are just stroke for stroke and almost working together to close that gap that's been set early on by Caleb Smith.
Yeah, Caleb, super job on that first 100. He's looking to maintain it here in this second 100. Hugo Gibson has started to pull away from the rest of the field, and Nicholas Wang sitting in third place. But through the 200 metre mark, Caleb still continues to lead.
We just see a few of the athletes get waved on by their coaches. The old international sign of go faster, the big arm wave for our swimmers. Caleb maintains that lead ahead over Hugo Gibson. And Nicholas now pulling away from that little group of 3 that he was sitting in earlier on, out in lane 9. So another good swim from these outside lanes in our heats this morning.
So Caleb's maintaining his 50s under that 40-second mark, which is really looking good if he's to swim a personal best time, which is entry time of 5:21. He's well and truly on track for a good swim here as he makes his way down this third 100.
You can just see that rhythm, taking that breath to the left each time. I'm liking the intensity from Hugo Gibson on the legs here. He's maintained a pretty strong kick throughout this race, but Nicholas Wang is having a fantastic third 100. He's really closed that gap now, so there's not too much separating him from Hugo Gibson. So those are still your leaders. The boys in lanes 7 and 8, Bowen Zeng and Samuel Russell, they've tried to join the party as well here, pushing off that turn with a nice first 15 of the last 100. Very, very fast. But it is still Caleb Smith. He did the work early on and he's maintained throughout. He's almost increasing throughout this last 100, that lead that he's had. He'll turn for that final 50 in a time of 4:28.12, a solid buffer between himself and Hugo Gibson.
We've seen off that 100 metre to go wall, he tried to bring his legs in, couldn't quite maintain it for the whole last 50, but this time he's really doing a good job of keeping those legs going all the way through this final 50, bringing in a 4-beat kick, accelerating down this last 50, putting together a fantastic swim as he's looking to smash his personal best time here in Heat 3. So he set the standard right from the first 50 in this heat, and he's coming under the flags and putting together a great swim of 5:04.80 taking nearly 20 seconds off his entry time. Great swim there from Caleb. Hugo touches in second and Bowen in third.
In the water now, we have event 53, the girls' 13-year-old 100-metre freestyle. We have 5 heats in this event, and we are underway now with heat 1. Across those centre 3 lanes, it is Tara in lane 3 with a little bit of an advantage on Jemana Fahmy and Lucy Dolan in lane 5. As we come into the turn, though, Lucy looks like she's sped up into the wall, and she'll get her feet on first in a 29.21. Tara in third with Jemana in second. And coming off the turn, though, it's the girls in the centre working those underwaters. Stroke for stroke now with Lucy and Jemana down the second lap. Very close into the touch. Not a lot separating the girls, but it will be Jemana who touches in a 59.89 to take out the first heat. Second will go to Lucy Dolan, 100.01, and Kimberly Chen in third, 102.14. And a quick start from Zoe Clemenson in lane 3 from our second heat. Outside lanes going well pretty early on here too, with Georgina Hayhurst over in lane 0, getting away nicely in the first 25, as was Ashley Lamb. But it will be the girls in the centre who turn first and second between Amelia Broughton and Zoe Clemenson. Just 0.26 separating your leaders as they come into the second 50. Amelia just flying down this second lap, increasing that lead exponentially as she comes down under the flags here. It's going to be a fast time, a 59.47 for Amelia, ahead of Zoe, 102.33, with Kaharu in third, 102.76. Away in racing now, it's our third heat. The best of the starts went to Aria Went and Kira Stubbings in lanes 4 and 6. Indy Herbert and Raina Schneiders moving their way up alongside Kira as we come into that turn. 28.87 under the 29-second barrier for Kira Stubbings. Good turn from her as well to keep that distance she had off the underwater. Indy Herbert starting to push up right alongside now, though a little bit heavier on the legs down this second 50. She's closed that gap up pretty quickly and maintains momentum now with 10 metres left to swim. She's just overtaken that lead set by Kira at the 50-metre turn. So it will be Indy, 100.60 ahead of Kira, 101.09. And then Rayner finishes in third, 102.26. Into our fourth heat of 5, and Alice Mick in lane 3, looking good down this first 35 metres. Right alongside her is Ruby Chan, and a little bit of action from Isla Eagleton over in lane 0 as well as they come into turn. It will be Ruby on the wall first in the 31.03, just 3/100ths ahead of Ella. And then Elise Pratt down in lane 7, currently sitting in that third place spot, but a good turn and underwater from her pulls herself out into the second place position behind Ella. Who just continues to increase that lead down the second 50. She's going to be the one to take out heat 4, and the time there, 104.59. Ahead of Ruby Chan, 105.79, equal with Eve Dunstan, 105.79 there for second. And we're now underway with our fifth and final heat of the girls' 13-year-old 100-metre freestyle. Our girls entered into this last heat, sit around that 106 mark, so we'll be looking to see if anyone can break 105, get a nice PB to start the week of racing here. Turning in first will be Ruby Kenwright in lane 3 in a 31.09, ahead of Sophie Beggs, 31.37, and Alice Shea, 31.39. Down this second 50, Ruby maintains that lead. Ella starting to push up alongside. She's got momentum. Can she overtake? She's still just behind Ruby into the finish. And Ruby holds on, 105.02 ahead of Ella, 105.21, and Emily in third, 105.80.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 54, the boys 13 years 100-metre freestyle. We have 6 heats. And it is Peter Kim and Lachlan Bull in the centre of the pool who lead through this opening 25 of our opening heat of our boys 13 years 100 freestyle. So as they emerge from the turn, it's still those two who lead in this 50. And making his move in this third 25 is Peter Kim, who's pulled out to almost a half body length lead over Lachlan Bull with 15 metres left to swim, with Fletcher Cummins swimming really well in lane 2. Those three will be our top 3 in this opening heat, and Peter takes it out in a 57.43, Lachlan in second, and Fletcher Cummins in third.
And heat 2 underway now for the boys' 13-year-old 100-metre freestyle. Plenty of support from the stands for this one. A lot of our athletes cheering one another on now that they've completed their own individual events this morning. As we come into the 50-metre turn, your leader will be from lane 7. Jack Hayes turns in a 27.85 ahead of Lincoln Hall and Blake Allen in third.
Jack did a good turn there to maintain his lead, but starting to move through in this third 25 is Lincoln Hall. So those two hit the 75-metre mark together, with Lincoln Hall just taking over the lead with 15 metres left to swim here in our second heat. So it will be Lincoln Hall who takes out this second heat of the boys' 13 years 100 freestyle on a 57.91. Jake Hayes in second and Blake Allen in third.
Away and racing now for our third heat of the boys. Quick start in lane 3 by Ethan Carr. Explosive underwaters. Thomas O'Toole not too far behind him. And then over in lane 5, Thomas Poppins also out well in the first 50.
And it's 4 together as we turn through that first 50, with Ethan Carr just leading under that 28-second mark, but getting the best of the turns was Evan, and he's popped up in the lead, but a strong second 50 from Thomas Poppins has now moved him into the lead with 25 metres left to swim.
Yeah, so it looks like Thomas Poppins just narrowly over Ethan Carr now with 10 metres left to go. Evan Niam still in the mix here. Those three will be onto the wall very similarly, with Thomas Poppins 57.58 ahead of Evan, who snuck on in a 57.92 ahead of Ethan, 58.11.
Underway here in heat 4 of our boys' 13 years 100 freestyle, and a nice strong start by Archie Timms in lane 8. He has a body length lead over the rest of the field, who are all tightly bunched for seconds.
Yeah, Archie is really taking out this first 50 very quickly as we hit the wall there. 28.55. Eddie Dingwall over in lane 1. He's also gone out after this 100-metre freestyle. They're from one of those later seeded heats, so we're not seeing the circle seeding, but they're really trying to break into those top 20 placings, even have a crack at the top 10, make a final. They're flying down this second 50 as well, particularly Eddie Dingwall, who has just shot off in this second 50 and moved his way up into first place spot ahead of Matthew Kim and Archie Timms as we come down to touch a 100.78 for Eddie. It will be Matthew in second, 101.06, and then Archie in third, 101.45.
Underway here in heat 5. And Lachlan in lane 5 leads through the opening 25, just ahead of Luca Yu in lane 8. Also swimming well is Leo Osborne over in lane 0. So making the turn first is Leo, over in lane 0 in 28.72.
Once again, those outside lanes from our outside heats really showcasing some impressive speed early on in this 100-metre freestyle. Leon holding on to that lead ahead of Lachlan in lane 5. And then it's Sean Wang in lane 2, looking pretty good as we come down now under the flags. I think Leon's done enough down the first 50 to hold on to his lead, and he'll take this one out in a 100.89 ahead of Lachlan, 101.78, and then it was Sean in third, 102.36.
Underway in our sixth and final heat of our boys' 13 years 100-metre freestyle. We've seen in the last couple of heats some of those boys drop 3 and 4 seconds from their personal best entry times. So we'll see what this last heat has in store for us.
Well, it is lane 5 who's taken it out the fastest here. Down the first 50, Moi Chen. He'll turn under the 29-second barrier, so setting himself up nicely into 28.89 ahead of Cody Kotsopoulos in lane 3, 29.68, and Ken Kai in lane 4, 29.75.
Here's our visitor from Tasmania, who's out by almost 2 body lengths over the rest of the field with 15 metres left to swim. He started strongly in that first 50 and has controlled it from start to finish, smashing his entry time in a 1:00.36. Cody in second and Ken in third. In the water now is heat 1 of event 55, the girls' 14 years 50-metre butterfly. Through the first 25, Henrietta Wong has a slight lead over Miller in lane 5 and Megan Lee in 3. Also swimming strongly in lane 6 is Zara Barr. Those four are going to contest this opening heat, but it will be Henrietta who takes out the heat in a 29.07 ahead of Zara, with Megan in third. And we are underway in heat 2 of our girls' 14 years 50 butterfly, starting really strongly as Jade Lyles in lane 6. She leads through the first 25 from Sierra in lane 3. So with 15 metres left to swim, Jade has control of this second heat and is putting together a fantastic swim as she comes underneath the flags to touch in a time of 28.55 with Sierra in second, Cerise in third.
Underwater now with our third heat of the girls. Popping up out in the lead there, Mackenzie Tobin in lane 5. She's got a solid advantage over the swimmers around her, with Audriana David currently sitting in second out of lane 6, and a solid performance over in lane 1 by Mia Huang. As they come down under the flags, though, it is all Mackenzie as she touches the wall in a 29.18. Mia Huang in second, 29.83, and Abby Mesha touches in third in a 30.07. And our fourth heat of girls hits the pool now. Fast swims from the outside lanes here. Anne Carpenter, Scarlett Siddles away nicely up the 25-metre mark. Maybe just in front, Maggie Zhang in 5. And then the girls in the centre starting to fight their way through the field here, with Sophia Graham starting to push up alongside Maggie as we come down under the flags. Timing of that finish, Maggie Zhang 30.60 ahead of Emma Baldwin 31.20, and Sophia Graham in third 31.29.
Underway in Heat 5, and a nice even start across the field, with Renee Lister in lane 7 leading through that first 25. Now making a move in that second 25 is Alice Jones in lane 9. She's out to a half-body length lead over the rest of the field and is going to comfortably take out Heat 5 of our girls 14 years 50 butterfly in 30.36. Jessica Campbell in second and Madeline in third.
Away we go into our sixth heat of the girls 14-year-old 50-metre butterfly, and it is our swimmer in lane 4. Out in front at the halfway mark, India Condon leads ahead of Adeline Sun in lane 6, with third spot looking like Ruby Moore, but pretty close with Bryn Embray as they come down now under the flags. Onto the touch here, and it will be Bryn who takes that one, 31.85, ahead of Ruby, 32.21, with India in third, 32.24.
Underway in Heat 7. And Vivian Van leads through the first 25 with Eve Waddell alongside her. Starting to make a move in the middle of the pool is Charlotte as well. So those three lead with 15 metres left to swim. Eve Waddell has now moved into a clear lead underneath the flags as she goes into touch alongside Charlotte, but it is Eve that gets the touch ahead of Charlotte, with Eve Lou in third. underway in our 8th heat of the girls' 14 years 50-metre butterfly. And Emma in the centre of the pool leads through the opening 25, just ahead of Amelia. Amelia is now making a bit of a move in this second 25 and will lead with 15 metres left to swim. Madison and Ava in lane 8 and 9 are also putting together a really strong second 25 as they head underneath the flags and down to touch. It will be Amelia who takes it out in a 33.06 ahead of Madison and Emily Shen in third.
And underway now with our 9th and final heat of the 14-year-old girls 50-metre butterfly. Not a lot separating these girls on paper, and also not a lot separating the girls in the pool right now. Isabella De Lima in 4, just slightly in front of Savannah Terrick as they come through that 3/4 mark. And they look like they're going to be able to stay in those positions, with Savannah maybe even being able to out-time the finish here onto the wall. It's close. Isabella holds on, 33.27 ahead of Savannah, 33.37, and Imogen in third.
Just a note to all swimmers and coaches, event 63 has been reseeded to 6 heats. So that's event 63 has been reseeded to 6 heats. As we now move along to event 56, the boys 14 years, 50-metre butterfly. We have 6 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. And underway in our opening heat of the boys 14 years 50-metre butterfly, with Ewan Stubbings leading through the first 25 metres. He continues to lead with 15 metres left to swim, and Hang Tang coming up alongside him as they go underneath the flags and into touch. It will be Ewan who holds on in a 26.94, Hang Tang in second, and Xavier Gray in third.
Off we go with our second heat now, and some solid underwaters there. Christopher Lee really utilising the whole 15 metres. Aiden Ramos was away and up a little bit faster. He is your leader at the 35-metre mark, just ahead of Christopher Lee, with Cole Roberts having a great swim from over in lane 1. So come down under the flag, so it will be Aiden, 27.23 ahead of Cole, 27.33. And then Liam Joy touches in third by 2/100ths of a second over Christopher Lee in a 27.94.
Really strong underwaters from Jacques Ismail, who leads at the 15-metre mark and is continuing to extend his lead to almost a body length at that 25. Lachlan Harris in lane 5 and Austin McNaught are battling for second and third in this heat. But it is all Ishak who touches in a swift 26.10. That's a cracking time, breaking a Nick Gronwald state age record. So congratulations, Shaq, smashing Nick's time that was set over a decade ago.
So it was a blistering previous heat. Let's see what the boys in Heat 4 can do in the 50-metre butterfly for our 14-year-olds. All of them sitting around that 29-second mark, a couple of them 30.0. Can we get a few more breaking the 30? As we come across, it is Joseph McKinney out in front ahead of Alfie London. And on the other side of the pool, Daniel Walter and Broderick Coyne, but it will be Joseph who takes that one in a 28.69. Alfie 29.05 and Broderick in third, 29.07.
As we move along to Heat 5, Samuel in lane 8 stays underwater the longest, but the whole field pops up even and still are even through this first 25. Now starting to move through in lane 6 is Oscar Birch. He's got a slight lead with 15 metres left to swim over Troy in lane 7. So it is this side of the pool where the action's at in Heat 5, and it will be Oscar who takes this heat out, ahead of Kai and Troy in third.
And off we go into our 6th and final heat of the 14-year-old boys 50-metre butterfly. Away nicely was Joshua Yichan Lee in lane 6. He's got about a half a body length on the other boys in this field. Rory Hansen doing well early on, as is Xavier Crisp. We come down now, the boys heading under the flags. It is still Joshua Yichan out in the lead. And he's going to get the finish onto the wall in a 29.79 ahead of Bailey Roscoe, 30.28, and Xavier in third, 30.30.
Our next event is event 57, the girls' 15 years 100-metre backstroke. We have 5 heats. Behind the blocks is Heat 1.
As we get underway with our 15-year-old girls 100-metre backstroke. This is the first of 5 heats. Solid underwaters there by Zara Olawani in lane 5 to lead us through at the 25-metre mark, ahead of Kira Jeffs and Hannah Buchanan. But there's not a lot separating those top 4 athletes down this first 50.
Yeah, nice, even first 50. It is Kira who's going to lead through in a 32.19, ahead of Phoebe Scarf, with Zara Olawani sitting in 3rd place. So really strong second 50 there from Phoebe Scarf. She's pulled up almost alongside Kira.
Yeah, she's got that nice high stroke rate. We see that very still head position. Kira just starting to lift through this last 15 metres. Looks like she will take this one in first. The time there, 106.13. Not a lot separating second and third, but it will go to Phoebe Scarf, 107.02, ahead of Zara Olawani, 107.10. And then Hannah Buchanan touches in fourth in a 108.86.
Underway here in our second heat of our girls' 15 years 100 backstroke, and it is the centre of the pool with Jasmine and Azia who lead through this opening 25. Georgie Skinner in lane 6 is also swimming really well and has moved right up alongside them, and those three are going to turn first with Sophie Ryan out in lane 2.
So once again, we're coming into this first 50 with quite a group out in the lead here. It will be Jasmine who gets her feet on in first in a 33.03, just ahead of Georgie Skinner, 33.12, and then Sophie Ryan actually turned in third there, 33.39. And they've started to pull away a little bit from Azia Fong Sutton in lane 5. So they're your leaders. Back just slightly further with Vera Zeng over in 3. So good swims from those slight outside lanes in Sophie Ryan in 2 and Georgie Skinner in 6.
As we come underneath the flags, those three go to the wall together, and it will be Georgie who gets the touch ahead of Jasmine and Sophie in third.
And we're travelling underwater now with the girls from Heat 3 of 5. 15-year-old 100-metre backstroke and solid start in lane 5 by Mila Tongalia. She's already gained herself half a body length ahead of Matilda Clark over in lane 2.
Yeah, those two were definitely the best of the starters, and they're clearly ahead of the rest of the field as we approach this turn. So Miller does lead through in a 32.89 ahead of Matilda, with Savannah Harrison sitting in third place. Savannah had the best of the turns there, popped up at the 8-metre mark and has come up alongside the two early leaders.
With 25 metres left to swim, Miller just narrowly now ahead of Savannah Harrison in 4, who just keeps shifting gears throughout this lap. And she looks like she might have overtaken the lead here. That stroke rate certainly a little bit higher than the girls around her, but with timing onto the wall, just 3 100ths will separate first and second. Miller 108.17, Savannah 108.20, and then Madison Brown finishes well in the second 50 to take that third place spot.
So we're off here in heat 4. And once again, a nice even start, but just in the lead is Alexandra Wilson in lane 4, ahead of Pippa Barr in 8. Those two lead through the first 25.
As they come into turn, Zoe Gant moves herself up alongside Pippa Barr. Pippa turns in a 34.64 ahead of Alexandra, 34.65, just 1 100th. And then Zoe in third, 34.87. All held on to their placings off the wall there, so no one was able to improve their positioning from the underwater as we come down this second 50.
So with 15 metres left to swim, Alexandra holds a slight lead over Zoe. Our visitor from Albury in the centre of the pool comes underneath the flags and into touch alongside Zoe, with Zoe getting the touch over Alexandra and Pippa in third.
And off we go now. It's our fifth and final heat of the 15-year-old girls 100-metre backstroke. Stella Duncan, good underwater from her in lane 4 to pop out just ahead of Sienna Hunt in 3.
And those two are going stroke for stroke down this opening 25, just ahead of Evelyn, and Emily sitting half a bottling further behind in 4th.
So we come into turn and Stella maintains that lead, turning in a 35.80. Sienna still right on her shoulder as they come off the underwater, with Emily starting to push her way through into third.
So with 25 metres left to go, Sienna Hunt has taken over the lead from Stella Duncan. She's keeping that stroke rate nice and high in this second 50. So our athlete from South Gippsland Bass is holding a slight lead underneath the flags. And in this last heat, it will be Sienna who takes that in the 1:13.85 ahead of Stella in second and Emily in third. in the water now is event 58, the boys 15 years 100-metre backstroke. We have 4 heats of this event, with heat 1 underway and Isaac Allen off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, Isaac Allen certainly putting a little bit of distance between himself and the field in that first 25. Trying to go with him in lane 5 is Campbell Mills. They'll turn first and second ahead of Jack Trianides in lane 3 and Daniel Vince in lane 2.
So it is all Isaac Allen out in front. He has a 2 body length lead over Campbell Mills into this last 25.
Yeah, really just powered away off that turn, reset the mind and attack this second 50. It's going to come under the minute there in a 59.37. Campbell finishes in second, 102.19, and then Jack in third, 103.54.
Underway in our second heat of boys 15 years 100-metre backstroke, and a nice even start with Liam Paulson and Alfred Hang popping up in the lead in the centre of the pool.
So they were close from the underwater, but Liam now starting to put in a little bit of work here, separate himself from the other boys. He's extended that lead to almost a full body length now as he turns in a 29.06. Absolutely nothing separating Alfred Hahn and Kalen Theodore, both turning in a 30.76 ahead of Lachlan Van Gorff over in lane 3.
So really strong middle 50 from Liam. He's continuing to extend his lead over Alfred, who's holding on to second place after being challenged by Kalen into this last 15 metres. But it is all Liam Paulson who comfortably takes out this second heat, also going under the minute in a 59.50. Alfred in second, Kalen in third. Heat 3 is now underway. And in the centre of the pool, it is Oliver who leads through that first 15 metres and has held it through the first 25 by half a body length over Angus Yule.
Yeah, very impressive stroke rate from Oliver Callio in lane 4. Really getting those arms rotating around quickly, but not slipping on too much of the water. As he comes into turn, he'll be our leader in a 29.14 ahead of Kaisei Kojima and then Angus Yule in third. As we come down the second 50, that fight or that little battle we have going on for second place spot continues, with Oliver looking very strong still out in the lead with just 15 metres left to swim. Angus has overtaken Kaisei Kojima, and they're going to come down under the flags to take second and third, but Oliver will take this one out in a 101.39 ahead of Angus and then Kaisei.
We're now underway in our fourth and final heat of boys 15 years 100-metre backstroke. And Alfie Concerto in lane 6 off to a quick start and leads by half a body length. Head of Bill Wang. And also swimming well is Eamon Eng.
So as we come into turn here, Alfie holds on to his lead in a 31.65 ahead of Bill Wang, 32.02, with Eamon Eng in third, 32.69.
So Bill Wang has moved up alongside Alfie in this second 50 and has now moved into the lead with 25 metres left to swim. Alfie's holding on to second with Eamon finishing strong as well. But a really strong second 50 from Bill Wang, from Campbell, and he's going to take out our fourth and final heat of the boys 15 years 100-metre backstroke. In the water now is heat 1 of event 59, the girls 16 years 200-metre backstroke. In lane 4, Jessie Steinem off to a nice strong start, and she leads through that opening 25, just ahead of Amy, Eloise and Emma.
So once again, just the 2 heats in our 16-year-old girls here. There's about 18 athletes trying to make their way into the top 10. We'll be looking to see what kind of strategies these girls are employing throughout this 200-metre backstroke. Jessie looking pretty comfortable out in the lead early on. She turned in that 34.40. She's got about 3/4 of a body length on Eloise and Emma, with Amy McGibbon in lane 5 just starting to push up alongside Eloise.
And Jessie gained that body length advantage all on that underwater off the first turn. So we'll look to see what she does here at the 100-metre mark. She's obviously focusing on her turns. She turns through in the lead and again works her dolphins, popping up at that 10-metre mark and extending her lead ahead of Eloise in second and Emma sitting in third place.
Yeah, I was just trying to count Jessie's kicks off the wall because she's really maintaining that nice long underwater. It looked to be around 9 or 10, so I think that's been one of the focuses for her in this particular race.
She has gained a little bit of ground on this third 50, not just on that underwater, as she comes into that final turn and once again is working those dolphin kicks and popping up at that 10-metre mark. Well and truly in the lead, ahead of her Nunawading teammate, Eloise Ravensdale.
So we're keeping in mind you want to be within that top 4 here, 5th. It's a little bit iffy on whether or not you might get the chance to re-race this again later on today. Certainly not having any questions about whether or not she's going to be in the final, though, is Jessie Steinman. She'll touch there in a 2:23.62. Very solid swim from her. Lucy Doyle touches in second, 2:30.27, ahead of Emerson Hogan, 2:31.27. And there was only 5 100ths between 4th and 5th in Eloise and Amy.
As we head into the second heat of our girls 16 years 200 metre backstroke, it's always, when I love looking at this record, because it was set back in 1987. So the Victorian record by none other than Nicole Livingston. Sorry if I aged you there, Nicole. At a 2:11.84. So it has been there for longer than most of the people at this pool deck has been alive, this Victorian record.
Certainly a very impressive time there as well in that 2:11.
And so Nicole is now the CEO of the VIS. So she's still looking after our swimmers in Victoria.
As the girls in our second heat come into that 100 metre turn, pretty close between our three leaders. As we just watch the two visitors, Paige and Allegra, turn in a 109.76 and a 109.86. Not far behind, following them around, was Zara Reynolds over in lane 7 in a 110.42.
So it is the centre of the pool where the action's at, with Paige and Allegra, our visitors, really attacking this third 50. They do know that they need to be in the top two visitors to get a chance with advancing to the final. They saw Amy put up a strong time in that first heat, so they know they need to put in a good performance here in heat 2 if they're a chance to advance to the final tonight.
So just 1/100th between them on the wall, but solid underwater from Allegra Crean has pulled herself out into the lead by that half body length now ahead of Paige Stringer. And we had a very solid third 50 by Grace Doby there. She'll turn in third ahead of Zara Reynolds, and she's really trying to push her way up and close the gap set by those leaders down this final leg.
And it will be Allegra who takes this second heat out ahead of Paige, with Grace Doby in third. In the water now is heat 1 of event 60, the boys 16 years 200 metre backstroke. And Luca Brown's off to a nice strong start in the centre of the pool. Looking relaxed and comfortable through this opening 50.
And already we're starting to see a few of these names begin recurring, and we'll see that throughout the rest of this week. And a lot of our athletes competing in multiple events in each session, including your heat sessions, your final sessions, and then across all of the days of competition. We did see some quick swimming in our relays last night to get everyone hyped up and ready for the rest of their individual events throughout this week. Luca Brown already today with a solid performance earlier this morning, and he's come back to repeat that again. He'll turn at the 100 metre mark in front in a 103.48 ahead of Ben Merrilees 106.06 and Jack McLean in third 106.89.
So with just the two heats of the boys 16 years 200 metre backstroke, there's plenty of opportunities to qualify for the final tonight, but you need to make sure you're pushing all the way through this 200. And it does look like the battle for those minor places is getting nice and tight down this third 50, with Jack McLean and Lachlan Collins putting in strong third 50s to move into contention alongside Will Frame. Behind Luca Brown, our leader from the start, he has this race in control and is nice and relaxed and nice and comfortable, with Ben Merrily sitting in second.
Yeah, I certainly don't think anyone's going to be able to catch up to Luca. Ben's spot, on the other hand, is looking a little bit hazardous at this point. There is a lot of momentum from the other athletes in this field. We'll come down under the flags with Luca Brown. He's going to be comfortably in the lead. Ben looks like he will hold on, and I think Jack's going to end up in that third place spot there. 2:18.06 ahead of Will, 2:18.80.
Underway here in Heat 2 of our boys' 16 years 200-metre backstroke. And Lemuel Jerusa, as per usual, popping up after the start in the lead. Really strong underwaters.
Yeah, we're beginning to notice a few of these athletes across our previous championships throughout this year with those incredible starts, incredible skills, and you can almost guarantee when you see their name on the board, that's where your eyes tend to go to watch, because they do showcase them each and every time they hit the water. As we go into that turn, though, it will be Zayden Burton who leads us around in a 31.20, fastest qualifier into this heat in lane 4. Oscar Dingwall turns in second, 31.35, and it was Sammy Mills over in lane 1 who turned in third in a 31.84.
So it is the centre of the pool have now moved into first and second place in this second 50. They are going to lead through the 100 with Zayden Burton from Traralgon ahead of Samuel Mills and Oscar Dingwell. So our country athlete is leading us through after the first 100 here in our second and final heat of the boys' 16 years 200 backstroke. Looking controlled and smooth down his third 50 with that half body length lead over both Oscar and Samuel.
So those three athletes who are out in front at the halfway mark maintain their positions. Owen in lane 3 starting to try and pull up alongside. It's not going to be quite enough at the 150-metre turn. Zayden will go around just under that 140 mark, ahead of Samuel, 140.95, and then Oscar, 141.08. But Oscar, really great work on the underwater and off the wall, lifting that stroke rate down this final 50. He's overtaken Zayden Burton, and he looks pretty comfortable as he shifts gears and moves through the field into the lead and under the flags. It will be Oscar Dingwall who gets the second heat of the 16 years 200-metre backstroke in a time of 2:13.42, ahead of Zayden, 2:14.55. And Samuel Mills finishes in third from heat 2 in a 2:15.16.
underway here in Heat 1 of event 61, the girls 17-18 50-metre breaststroke. Our Victorian record is set by Tara Kinder, and she is representing Australia versus the world up in Brisbane on the 12th of December. As we've got 5 metres left to swim here in this opening heat, it is Zoe Schneider who is going to take it out in a 33.73.
Off and away for our second of 4 heats in the 17-18 year girls, a 50-metre breaststroke. Once again, keep your attention on the centre of the pool. Claire Borgmeyer already pushing her way out into a pretty comfortable lead here ahead of Rani Matheson and Natasha Coleman, who had a very good split stroke and underwater. As they come down now, less than 10 metres to go for Claire. She's got almost 3/4 of a body length lead in front. And the time, 33.42. Natasha touches in second, 34.63, and Rani in third.
So as we make our way to the 25-metre mark here in Heat 3, it's a nice, even battle across the field between Madeline, Frida and Francis. Through that 35-metre mark, those three are still going stroke for stroke, with Madeline slightly ahead of Frida as they head underneath the flags. So it will be Madeline who touches first, ahead of Frida, with Isabella Dower in third.
And now just our 3 girls in the 4th and final heat of the 17-18 year 50-metre breaststroke. Once again, another tight race we have on our hands. Amelie Crellin just ahead of Kate Golby and Molly Detbarn as they take it through that 35-metre rope. She holds on to that lead she set off the start. The gap narrowing ever so slightly between herself and Kate, but it looks like Amelie will hold on onto the wall. 37.66. Kate in second and Molly in third.
Could we please have our lap counters for the opening couple of heats of 800 to make their way to pool deck? Could we please have our lap counters for the opening couple of heats of 800 to make their way down to pool deck now? Our next event is event 62. The boys 17-18 50-metre breaststroke. We have 4 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. It is Felix Dressel de Bruin who leads through the opening 25 here in Heat 1 of our boys 17-18 50-metre breaststroke. And he's pulled out a strong body length lead through the 35-metre mark ahead of Max Hussey, Alfie Graves and Callum Rosetto. Those three are battling for the minor positions, but it is all Felix with a 28.46, a strong swim there to take out heat number 1.
Quick reactions and underwaters from our boys in the second heat here. Nick Stupas out in the lead early on ahead of Harry Heath. And not far behind Andre Tallarico in lane 5. Those centre lanes, certainly where the action's coming from, with Nick starting to pull out in front here. We come down to the touch, the time there, 29.23. Harry in second, 30.42, and Andre 30.46 in third.
Just a reminder for all lap counters for the next event to please report down to pool deck now. All lap counters, please report down to pool deck now as we make our way through this third heat of the men's 17-18 50-metre breaststroke. It is Ashley Nichols who's been in control from the start and takes it out under 30 seconds to join the other boys in the earlier heats, with Mitchell Davies in third and Javier in third.
Fourth and final heat now in the water. It was Shenghao Jin in lane 5 who had the best of the first 15 metres. He'll lead us through at the halfway point. Pretty tight between Jared Smith and Cameron Milton for second and third here, with a pretty close battle for fourth as well, as we come down now under the flags, and Sheng in control. He's going to take out the fourth heat in a 32.28.
Our next event is event 63, the mixed 15 to 18 800-metre freestyle. We have 6 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. So we're underway here in the first heat of our mixed 15 to 18 800 metre freestyle. We have a lot of different events going on inside the one event here. So there are 6 different categories to be watching out for across these 6 heats of 800. We have the 15-year-olds for both the girls and the boys, the 16-year-olds for both the girls and the boys, and then the 17-18 for both the girls and the boys.
The good news is, in this particular heat, Heat 1, we have all male athletes, but we do have all the different age categories covered. So Liam Paulson out of lane 9, he is our only 15-year-old in this heat. So at the conclusion of this first heat, he will be currently sitting in first place until the rest of the boys race. We have a couple of 16-year-olds in Gianluca in lane 0. We also have Matthew in lane 6 and Cody in lane 7. And then our 17, 18-year-olds combined, we have Callum in lane 1, Marley in 2, Toby in 3, Oscar in 4.
So we have moved through the first 100 metre here in our reseeded heat 1 of 6 of these mixed 15 to 18 800 metre freestyle. A reminder, these are all timed finals. So all these athletes in their separate age categories are competing for medals and earning points for their club if they finish within the top 10 of their age category.
So as we come into the 200 metre turn, the first quarter of the race complete, your leader in lane 5, Oliver McCormack, turns in a 2:05.42 ahead of Oscar Campbell, 2:06.47, and in third, Matthew Moran, 2:07.42.
We saw an absolute cracker of a 1500 metre between Marley and Matthew and Cody yesterday. So we're looking forward to seeing how this 800 develops. A few other boys have joined in a slightly shorter distance.
That tends to be the way, doesn't it, in these endurance races? The further you go, the less people really want to battle it out. But it's great to see so many of our athletes having a real crack at our 800 today, including all 6 of our timed finals.
It is Oliver McCormack who's setting the early standard as he approaches the 300 metre turn. He's pulled out to a 2.5 body length lead over our battlers in that 1500 from yesterday. So he turns first in a 3:10.82 with Marley in second, Matthew in third and Cody in fourth. Just like in the 1500 yesterday, Marley has a slight advantage over both Matthew and Cody early on in this 800, as all 3 of them look to chase down Oliver.
Yeah, I think the real challenge for Marley is going to be he's kind of over there on his own. So there's a little bit of a gap between him and the boys on either side. Whereas if you look down, you've got now Matthew and Cody who are pretty much side by side. Their splits are very similar on the board. And they've got one another to sort of look at and watch and know if the other one's about to take off or set a little bit of a pace or try and make a bit of a break.
So we're already up to the 400 metre mark in this opening heat. It goes nice and quickly when they're swimming this fast. And Oliver will lead through. Under 4:20. Marley sitting in second place. Matthew and Cody turning together once again. Oliver's doing a really good job of keeping that nice 4-beat kick going and great distance per stroke.
Yeah, there's a few elements to these 800s that we want to be able to maintain. And if you can have that really efficient freestyle and take less strokes per 50 than the people around you, well, you have that ability to conserve a little bit more energy. We do have some of our distance athletes, though, that they like to sit with that slightly higher stroke rate, just keep the arms turning over one after the other. They tend to be a little bit lighter on the legs as well, so they put more of an emphasis on their upper body work, and then they relax the legs and keep them trailing behind, just using them enough to keep themselves at the surface. And then you'll see people with that slightly slower stroke rate, a little bit more efficient maybe on their catch and connection and the length of stroke, but they'll also be a little bit heavier on the legs here.
So through the 500, Oliver maintains his lead over Marley, and once again Matthew and Cody turning together. Nothing can separate those two boys. They swam side by side but for 1,500 metres yesterday. They're side by side once again here in the 800 today.
Yeah, certainly talk about direct competition. They are in that same age group as well, so they're currently leading for the 16-year-old boys throughout this first heat. We do have to wait till all of our heats are being completed, though. We have seen big drop-offs come from heats 2 and 3 and onwards. You never know. As long as you have a lane, you've got a chance, particularly in these timed finals.
So Oliver has established this lead in the first 200, but Marley, Matthew and Cody aren't letting him get any further away through this middle portion of this 800. So as we head towards the 600 metre turn, it's still going to be Oliver McCormack who leads, followed by Marley, and once again Matt and Cody turning side by side.
And splitting so similarly as well. There was only 5 100ths different on that particular 50 between the two of them. They do get the opportunity to breathe towards one another as they come up the pool this way. And then when they turn back, though, they do look the other way. So Matthews has that advantage where he gets to watch Oliver, and they've been trying to close that gap over the last 200. It certainly became a little bit smaller in the previous 250s, and it has crept a little bit closer together once again. So now there's only around 3 seconds that separates Oliver McCormack from the boys in that chasing pack between Marley Sutherland, Matthew Moran and Cody Said.
Who's going to be the boldest with 125 left to swim? Who's going to attack it right from here? Don't want to wait to that last 50 to give yourself the best chance to post the fastest time in this opening heat. So Oliver has led from the start. He's still looking smooth and relaxed as he gets the bell and makes that turn at the 700 metre mark. Moving into second place now is Matthew Moran, Cody in third and Marley sitting in fourth place.
You can just see Matthew Moran really wants to catch up to Oliver McCormack. He put in a solid last 100. He's starting to try and pull away from Marley and Cody. There's still not a lot separating them though, but that gap is just, it's narrowing every stroke he takes. I don't know whether it's going to be quite enough time left with only 50 metres to swim now. There is just under 2 seconds, about 1.9 between the two of them, with Matthew breathing towards Oliver down this final 50.
So Oliver McCormack in our 17, 18-year-old age group has the lead over Matthew Moran. Cody's coming nice and strong. Reminder that Cody and Matthew are both in our 16-year-old age category. They're having a head-to-head battle in this last 50, with Cody swimming right past Matthew with 5 metres left to swim as they fight towards the wall, all 3 of them together. Oliver touches the wall first. Cody gets the touch for the 16-year-olds. Matthew in second for the 16-year-olds. Marley sitting in second place now for the 17, 18-year-old age group as the remainder of our boys in this opening heat of our mixed event come into the wall. Oscar Campbell, Aiden, Finland, and rounding out this opening heat we have Gianluca and Liam Paulson. And didn't the distance boys deliver once again in that opening heat of 800? They had a cracker of a 1500 yesterday, and I would argue it was an even better 800 today.
That last 100 certainly had me on the edge of my seat. I thought that Matthew was almost going to overtake Ollie, and then Cody out of nowhere, just that last ditch effort down the final 25, he just shifted gears and brought in that massive 6-beat kick. A very impressive effort from all of our boys out of heat 1. As we now move into our second heat, remember this is a mixed event, so we bring into the race a couple of our female athletes swimming out of lanes 0, 3 and 9. Two of these girls, the ones in the outside lane, Zali and Lucy, they're 16 years of age, so they are in direct competition with one another. Arika in lane 3, she's only 15, so she's one of our younger athletes in this event and swimming out of that third lane.
So through the first 100, it is William who leads in the centre of the pool. He's a 16-year-old from the Tiger Sharks. Ahead of Leif and Noah. So Noah's also in that 16-year-old category. So William and Noah can have that head-to-head race as they're going side by side in those boys' 16-year-olds. They saw the times that Matthew and Cody set in the first heat, and they're the ones that they're chasing down.
Yeah, they've certainly raised the bar and set quite the challenge for the rest of the field, with 3 of the athletes coming in on that 8:43 mark. So we'll see what these guys can do. We'll have a little bit of a good idea of where they're at around the 400 metre, whether they have that ability to potentially knock some of these boys off that podium place. This race will certainly keep us writing and scribbling, because I think we have someone from every age category bar one. So 5 different races within this heat, all trying to challenge the times from that first heat.
So Leaf has now taken over the lead through the 200. Our visitor from South Australia and the Marion Aquatic Club, ahead of William. So Leaf is in our 15-year-old age category.
Yeah, so he'll be chasing the time set by Liam Paulson out of that first heat at a 9:08. So if he can be anywhere below that 9-minute mark, he's going to be doing a really, really great job. And the ability to certainly knock off a little gold medal for himself, potentially. But we'll keep an eye on the times as we come through.
So he continues to lead in this third 100 of Heat 2 of our mixed 800. All-time finals here at our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. So through the first 300, those 2 leaders have now pulled a body in clear of the rest of the field. Swimming well over in lane 1 is Peter Behrens, and he's holding down 3rd place with Noah Chappell. So Peter's in that 17, 18-year-old age category. So we'll be competing with the likes of Oliver and Marley from that opening heat.
So we're coming into now that halfway point of our 800, the 400 metre mark. Not really any change to our leaders at this point in the race, but as we saw previously, all the action from about the last 200 metres left of the race, where people started moving their way through. We'll check in on the times here. So it's a 4:24.61 for Leif Mosley in lane 6. Ahead of William Bryan, 4:26.43 out of lane 4. And then Peter Behrens still sitting in 3rd in a 4:28.18. At this point, a lot of those times out of heat 1 are looking pretty secure, unless we can see a big negative split throughout this next 400.
So Blaze makes his way through another turn. He's doing a really good job of keeping those legs going throughout this 800. That 4, even a 6-beat kick throughout this 800 has been unchanged since the opening 50.
It's certainly a way this event has kind of evolved over definitely the last 10 years or so. Back in time, we could say these 8 and 1500 metre races, we'd often see swimmers with a 2-beat or maybe even a 4-beat kick, but it was a lot more relaxed. Nowadays, we're expecting these athletes to be able to maintain a minimum basically of a 4-beat kick, even just to keep themselves sturdy, and then we want to see that increase throughout. So that ability and the way we're training our athletes now is definitely more suited to being able to hold on to that 6-beat kick throughout the entire 800.
So as we make our way through the 550 metre mark, Leaf still continues to lead with a 4-second lead over William Ryan in the centre of the pool. Peter Behrens has maintained his hold on 3rd place and is starting to make some inroads on William in lane 4. So with 200 metres left to swim, Leif continues to lead ahead of William. Peter sitting in 3rd place, with Erika currently sitting in 4th place. A reminder that Erika is in the women's 15 years category, so she's definitely currently in the lead for her category, and setting it really strong as she takes it up to Noah in this last 200. So with 150 metres to go, is maintaining those 34.50s. All 3 of our leaders are, with Erika now moving ahead of Noah Chappell in that battle for 4th and 5th in this heat.
Yeah, this is looking to be a really great swim for Erika. If we just check in with the other girls in this heat, there's still not too much between our Lucy Doyle and Zali Snyder's. Just slightly under 2 seconds between those girls. They were quite similar through a lot of this race, with Lucy just sort of picking it up throughout the last 200 as our athletes get that final bell. Leif has done such a great job. He's led for pretty much the entire of this 800, and he's just continuing to surge. I think he's managed to increase his kick beats there as well, so well done. A great effort from him.
Definitely trying to increase that tempo as well in this final 100, as he's got 55 metres left to swim here in heat 2. He makes his final turn and heads back towards the finish end for the final time, with William sitting in 2nd place. So our Marion 15-year-old is going to be the first to the wall here in this 2nd heat. William is holding on to 2nd place, but Peter Behrens is coming really strongly in this last 200 metres and has been making about a half body length per 100 and has closed it down to just under half a body length in this final 50. But it will be Leif who touches the wall first under that 9-minute mark, with William in 2nd, Peter in 3rd, Zachary touching the wall in 4th. Erika in a 9:06 will be our leading female in this heat to take the lead in that 15-year-old category, with Lucy Doyle and Zali Schneiders having a good battle on opposite sides of the pool. So underway here in heat 3 of our timed finals. of the mixed 15 to 18 800-metre freestyle. So in lane 0, we have Ava, a 15-year-old out of the Hobart Aquatic Club. In lane 1, Scott, 16 years out of Nunawading. Isaac's in 2, 15-year-old out of Hamilton. Will in lane 3, 16-year-old from Emmanuel. In lane 4, we have Lucas, 16-year-old from the Hobart Aquatic Club. Jessica Osborne is in 5, a 15-year-old from South Australia. Madison Brand is a 16-year-old from Nunawading in lane 6. Michael Fan, 15-year-old from Melbourne Swimming Club in lane 7. Jizin Jiang is a 15-year-old from Nunawading in lane 8. And Harper in lane 9 is a 15-year-old from South Australia.
So certainly the race of our 15, 16-year age groups. Can we see any one of these athletes steal a medal from our previous heats?
So we've got more and more athletes sitting in the hot seat, the medal hot seats after the first 2 heats now.
We certainly do.
We just have one more category that isn't in this heat left to swim in our women's 17, 18-year-old age group. They'll be coming up in the next heat. But it is all the 15 and 16-year-olds in this heat, with a number of our visitors in the middle of the pool.
And a big shout out to our visiting athletes. Thank you so much for coming and attending our 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. We love having you here. The opportunity to meet people from interstate and internationally is so incredible for all of our swimmers across this week of racing. And a lot of the friends you make at these meets are friends for life. So I hope you guys have the best time here at our Age Champs.
So we've made our way through the opening 200 here in Heat 3. And Michael and Gian are having a great battle in lane 7 and 8 as they're leading just ahead of Isaac over in lane 2. So Michael and Sheehan are both 15-year-olds, so it's a great opportunity for them to race right beside each other. So Isaac is also a 15-year-old from New Zealand. So our first 3 athletes through the 300-metre mark are our 15-year-old males, closely followed by our leader in the 16-year-old male category, Scott Robinson.
Now the time set in the previous few heats by our 15-year-olds were 8:56. That's our current gold medal position. And then a 9:08 is sitting in that silver medal contention at this point.
So as we make our way through to the 350-metre turn, Jessica Osborne and Madison Brand are side by side towards the middle of the pool. Jessica's a 15-year-old from South Australia and Madison's a 16-year-old from Nunawading. So while they're not competing in that same age category, they are getting to race each other all the way through this 800 and take on the boys, which they're doing a very good job of and starting to make inroads as we move towards the halfway mark. So through the first 400, Sheehan still continues to lead, with Jessica just ahead of Madison in that battle between our 15 and 16-year-old females.
So we've got quite the wall of athletes out in front in this race. No one's really taken off like we've seen in the previous couple of heats and been dominating so much early on. These guys have kind of stayed in these little groups on each side of the pool. So you've got Scott Robinson and Isaac Wren. They're not too far away from each other. And then this pile of swimmers between lanes 5, 6, 7 and 8, all not really letting anyone get too far ahead at this point of the race.
So Scott Robinson has used this middle part of this 800 to make his move. He was sitting back in 4th place, but over the last couple of 100 metres, he's really put a strong effort in and is now out by a 2-body length lead over the rest of the field. Our 16-year-old from Nuttawading turns through the 500 in a 5:41 as our girls, Jessica and Madison, are coming alongside the other 3 boys in that battle for second place in this heat. So we saw Jessica and Madison start a little bit steadier than the boys, but they're definitely working into it in this second portion of the race and could even be into second place by the end of this 50.
Yeah, and we saw a similar strategy occur by Eureka previously. She was out in lane 3. She looked a little bit behind earlier on, and she just slowly crept up alongside and then really pushed it through in the second half of the race. So I feel like a lot of the time these girls, our female athletes, tend to be not quite as speedy at the front. They don't have the same front-end speed as our male athletes. What they do have is that consistency, the ability to swim lap after lap at the same speed and hold that same efficiency throughout the race.
Yeah, definitely maybe more intelligent pacing. But, you know, Scott has continued to extend his lead here through that 600-metre mark with that battle for second in this heat between Isaac, Jessica and Madison really close within this final 200 metres. We're noticing that Madison Brand is getting the better of Jessica Osborne on each turn. And then Jessica trying to fight back in the swimming portion.
As we just watched Scott now, though, that quite comfortable out in front. It's going to be hard. He set the pace, he set the breakaway, and he's really continued that. And I don't know if a lot of the other athletes might have even noticed it happen. It happened pretty quickly. So this whole group on this side, he's well and truly out in front of them now and going to be pretty hard to chase down.
And he's on track for a really impressive personal best. So he had an entry time of 9:16. And he's attacking into this last 100 metres. And he gets the bell in right on 7:59. So he's on track for a big personal best time as Madison Brand has now moved into second place. Isaac's holding on to third with Jessica Osborne in 4th. So really strong second half of the race from Scott Robinson has allowed him to pull ahead of the field, and he looks to consolidate the heat win and post a PB by almost 10 seconds.
Yeah, that previous 100, we also saw Maddie Brand just start to take off as well. There was only 3 100ths between her and Jessica Osborne in lane 5, and now there's coming out to about 3 seconds between those girls. So she really put in the effort with 200 metres left to swim. She hasn't waited till that last minute. She has gone early with that 200 metres left, which I like to see the confidence of our athletes and knowing their training ability and what they're capable of in these races. But I mean, hats off to Scott Robinson. What a swim from him as he comes down into the finish there. 9:05.50. It's a fantastic time, fantastic personal best. In second will be Madison Brand in a 9:13.72, and then Isaac Wren at 9:14.97.
So Madison Brand posting the fastest time for our girls in that second heat. Jessica Osborne as a 15-year-old athlete there, putting herself in contention to win some medals. Harper coming in lane 9, and round out our third heat, Lucas Thornton. And we are now underway in heat 4 of our mixed 15 to 18 800-metre freestyle. In lane 0 is Alexia, a 16-year-old from Tiger Sharks. In lane 1 is Oliver, 15-year-old from Nunna Cheltenham. In lane 2, Ashton, a 16-year-old from Nunna Cheltenham. In lane 3, Lachlan, a 16-year-old from Surrey Park. In lane 4, Marco, a 15-year-old from Campbell Grammar Aquatic. In lane 5, Arabella, 16-year-old from Caulfield. In lane 6, Ben, a 15-year-old from Geelong Sharks. In lane 7, Liam, 16-year-old from Unley. In lane 8, Maeve, a 15-year-old from New Zealand. And in lane 9, Sarah, a 17-year-old from Caulfield.
So as our 4th heat has entered the water, we've now had someone from every single one of our 6 age categories competing in our 800-metre freestyle. So a reminder, if you are just tuning in, this is a mixed event. We have males and females racing. We have age groups from the 15-year-olds. We have swimmers from the 16-year-old age group. And then we have our combined 17, 18 years age category, all across these next few heats of 800s.
Yeah, so Sarah Cartel is the one who's completed the set for us. She's our first 17, 18-year-old female in action. She's swimming in lane 9 as she's made her way through the first 150 metres. Sitting in first place as we head towards the 200-metre turn is Ben Heinen, and he will lead through this 200 under the 210, followed by Liam alongside him and Ashton Robinson over in lane 2.
Certainly a quick start from Ben in lane 6 to go under that 210 mark, setting himself up for the possibility of breaking the 9-minute mark here. His entry time sits as a 9:23, so it would be certainly a good personal best, but we've seen crazier things here at the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre during our heats, in particular in these longer distance events. Those tiny little moments and points of a second can make such a difference across a race that spans 16 laps.
So through the 300-metre turn now, Ben continues to lead ahead of Liam, and those two have started to pull away from the rest of the field, with Lachlan sitting in 3rd place from Surrey Park in lane 3. So Ben from the Geelong Sharks Swimming Club, our 15-year-olds, had an entry time of 9:23. As he's worked his way through this 4th 100, he's holding those 34.50s and leads from Liam, our visitor from South Australia. So Ben's out to a 7 or 8 metre lead over Liam, and also making his move right up alongside Liam now is Lachlan. So through the 400, Ben continues to maintain his lead, turns under 4:30, so he's on track for a really good swim. If he can maintain the speed that he's held for the last 300 metres in this second 400. Lachlan Patton has now moved into 2nd place from Surrey Park. So Liam has now responded to Lachlan's move with a nice strong 35-second 50 to hold on. So they're going stroke for stroke down this next 50, with Ben still comfortably in the lead.
It's always interesting getting to an event like our state championships and being able to race these longer distance races. You don't see them pop up at all the competitions you're going to be competing at. So a lot of our athletes, they may not have raced this for quite a while. You obviously had to qualify, so achieve that qualifying time somewhere. Quite often you'll just stick it in the program at any meet just to tick it off the box and make sure that you have the ability to come and race it here, and then you get the chance to actually really put in the hard work and showcase what you've been doing at training and put it all together.
And it's a great opportunity to earn quite a few points for your club. Not as many people tackle the 800 as the 50 free, so there is an opportunity to crack the top 10 for the first time, earn some points for your club, and that all-important club point score, which our eagle-eyed viewers have probably noticed if you look at the far side of the pool and see those club banners. From the finish line backwards, that is the order we finished in our clubs at last year's point score.
I did not know that, so you've just taught me something today, Nick.
Have to keep your eyes on everything. As we go through the 600 metre mark, now it is Lachlan and Oliver who are having a battle for that second and third place in this heat. But Ben, our early leader, has just continued to look relaxed and smooth. That two-beat kick has remained throughout this 800 as he's continued to extend his lead over his nearest competitors.
Good to see him maintaining those skills off the wall as well. Gets in a couple of dolphin kicks before his breakout. All these little things that the coaches will certainly be keeping an eye out for throughout the races, and a bit of a shout out to our coaches down here on pool deck and those up in the stands. This is kind of like the collection of what the athletes have been able to achieve and the hard work that they've put in throughout the year, and this is the opportunity for those coaches to be able to see it come to fruition. So a big congrats, give yourselves a pat on the back for getting so many swimmers qualified here to these championships.
As we hear the bells being rung for our leading three athletes as they move into the final 100 metres here in Heat 4 of our next 15 to 18 800 metre freestyle. So Ben has maintained his lead. Our 15-year-old from Geelong Shark Swimming Club makes his final turn at the 750 metre mark. And a reminder of his entry time of 9:23.87. He's on track for a big personal best here as he's got 25 metres left to swim. Oliver over in lane 1 is absolutely flying home and trying to chase him down. Has moved into a clear second place, has reduced the margin down to 2 body lengths. Isn't going to quite get there, but that last couple of 100 metres from Oliver has been very strong. But it will be Ben who touches the wall first in a 9:08, a nice personal best time, with Oliver in second taking off more than 20 seconds from his personal best. Lachlan also posting a strong time there, and coming in fourth in this heat will be Marco French, our 15-year-old from Canberra Grammar, closely followed by Arabella and Ashton. Next to the wall will be Alexia Legg from Tiger Sharks in lane 0 in a 9:41. Followed in by Maeve McDonald. And our final athlete will be our 17-year-old from Caulfield Aquatics in lane 9, Sarah Cartel, who will take the lead in the women's 17 to 18, 800 freestyle once she concludes this final 25 metres. So Sarah has 10 metres left to swim to conclude heat 4 here of our mixed 15 to 18, 800 metre freestyle.
So hitting the water now, it's our 5th heat. We have amalgamated these, so we will only have 6 heats of our 800 metre freestyle this morning. Although we have now ticked over into the afternoon. We are still in our heat session, but this is a timed final event, meaning our medalists are selected from our top 3 times across all 6 heats. And if you did notice in our previous heat, one of the times didn't quite come up on the board, but thankfully, don't panic, we do not have to swim that race again.
No, we're incredibly lucky with our world-leading Hawkeye technology. Swimming Victoria, the first organisation in the world to use Hawkeye at a swimming event. Throughout this meet, Swimming Victoria is using Hawkeye technology to support accurate timing and fair officiating. A network of overhead cameras capture every start, turn and finish, giving officials clear, multi-angle views in real time. This helps verify touches, confirm legal turns and ensure results are recorded with precision. Hawkeye also reduces the need for timekeepers and allows our volunteers to focus on key roles. This system is always used alongside standard swimming rules, with final decision made by qualified officials. It's all about delivering a fair, consistent and world-class competition experience. Our technology is being used worldwide at international events, including the World Aquatics Championships and Olympic Games.
Now that's pretty cool. As we take a look back into the pool now, our leader through at the 150 metre mark is Emerson Hogan, followed by Sienna Santillin, and then swimming out of lane 8 in 3rd is Eloise Freck. Our final 2 heats of the 800 will be all of our female athletes. So our male placings have now all been determined, and they'll be announced and finalised shortly. As our female swimmers, we're chasing down some pretty quick times set in our younger age categories. We have just had the one swimmer in our 17, 18-year-olds, so plenty of medals still up for grabs in there, with only one of those 17, 18-year-olds competing out of this heat, and that's Eloise out in lane 8. The rest of the girls, 15 and 16 years old, they are chasing a 9:06 for the 15-year-old set by Arika Adenko, and a 9:12 set by Lucy Doyle for the 16-year-olds.
Eloise off to a nice strong start for those 17-year-old athletes, sitting in 2nd place at the moment behind our leader Emerson Hogan. So Emerson has been leading throughout the first 250 metres here in Heat 5 and is looking very comfortable and relaxed.
Emerson, one of our 16-year-old girls, so after that 9:12 and 9:13, I think 9:16 is currently sitting in that bronze medal position. So we turn at the 300 metre mark. She will maintain that lead ahead of Eloise and then Sienna.
So Eloise is one of our visitors from Tasmania, swimming out of the Launceston Aquatic Club. Just having a short trip up to Melbourne to join us here at MSAC.
And hopefully enjoying some of the nicer weather that we've seen across the last few weeks here in Victoria.
It's always fantastic. But Emerson's been doing a fantastic job of continuing to maintain that 6-speed kick throughout this opening 400.
We have just seen a little bit of a change in our placings now with Summer Morgan in lane 6, just starting to go past Sienna Santolin in 4.
So it is still Emerson Hoggan, our athlete from Ivanhoe Swim, who's in control through the first 400 of this heat. She's looked smooth, relaxed, and that kick has remained unchanged as she works towards the 450-metre turn. Getting one dolphin kick, popping up with about those knees at the flag, so getting good distance off the wall for a distance event. Making sure one dolphin kick, helping to carry that speed through the surface and back into the swim portion.
And quite a lot of the athletes in this particular heat opting for that one dolphin kick just to maintain the speed on the underwater, that glide phase, utilising that as much as possible. One kick to get themselves up to the surface and then straight back into their freestyle kick to keep the propulsion going. As we turn now at the 500-metre mark, Emerson is still your leader at a 5:52.92. Behind her is Eloise Frk in a 5:59.22, so just under that 6-minute mark, and then Summer Morgan 6:01.65. So she's almost caught up to Eloise now.
Yeah, so Summer Morgan is our 15-year-old from Geelong Swimming Club. As we're well and truly into the second half of this race now, as we move through the 550-metre turn. Once again, Emerson popping up with speed out of that turn, keeping that nice, consistent kick going. Good length of stroke as she continues to lead from Eloise and Summer.
You know, I think it's always a good sign when you look over to the teams who have athletes in the water and they look calm, they look cool, they look collected, they're not too frantically waving about. It means that the athletes are doing their job, they're doing what the coaches think they're capable of, and they're holding that good pace. If you start to see people, their arms start waving, they think there's more in there and they think they've got more to give, so the athlete needs to push a little bit harder.
So Emerson has been leading this 800 from the start as you move towards the 650-metre turn. She's extended that lead out to 8 metres over Eloise, with Summer still trying to chase Eloise down in that battle for second and third. Summer managed to make up a half second on that last 50. We'll see if Eloise is able to respond once again.
So we come down into our turn at the 700-metre mark, where the athletes get that bell signifying that there's 2 laps left to swim. Emerson goes around in an 8:19.04. Averaging around that 36-second mark, so even with a little bit of a lift, maybe comes home in a 1:10.
So Eloise has responded, but Summer's responded once again, so it's down to a body link in that battle for second and third in this 5th heat of our mixed 800 metre freestyle for our 15 to 18-year-olds. Emerson trying to bring those legs in nice and strongly throughout this last 100. She's really working into her final turn. She nearly clocks into that 35-second range. 36.01 on that 50. It's now an 8-bit kick as she's got 35 metres left to swim. It's been a fantastic swim from our athlete from Ivanhoe's swim. She's been in control throughout. She had an entry time of 9:38. She's well and truly under that, looking to take off about 10 seconds, and she's got 5 metres left to swim. She comes underneath the flags to take this 5th heat out in 9:29.15. Summer has just gone past Eloise in that battle for second, and she comes down to touch in second. Eloise in third, with a strong finish from Mia Mitsa to touch in fourth, with Beth Ann and Claudia close behind.
So once again, some fantastic swims here from our athletes across our 800 as our final swimmer touches the wall from our 5th heat. We have 1 heat remaining of this event.
And we're underway here in our 6th and final heat of the mixed 15 to 18 800 metre freestyle. In lane 0, Ada, a 16-year-old from St Peters Western. In lane 1, Ella, a 17-year-old from Essendon. In lane 2, Tori, a 17-year-old from Western Melbourne Propulsion. In lane 3, Luca, a 16-year-old from Ringwood. In lane 4, Jessica, a 16-year-old from Hamilton Aquatics in New Zealand. In lane 5, Jasmine, a 16-year-old from Melbourne Vic Centre. In lane 7, Chloe from New Zealand in the 17-18-year-old category. In lane 8, Grace Richards, also in that 17 and 18-year-old category from Surrey Park. And Holly in lane 9 is a 15-year-old from MLC.
So it's the last race in the water for our heat session today. The timed final of the mixed 15 to 18 years 800 metre freestyle. A big thank you to our technical officials for helping make this morning's swims possible. And of course, to our incredible sponsors and partners for the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. This is our 2nd session. And what a session we've had so far. Let's finish it off quickly from the girls. I want to see some more personal bests. I want some more close racing to tie up the rest of our heat session this morning.
So as we make our way towards the 200 metre mark of this final heat, it is Jessica Richardson who is leading, our visitor from New Zealand, ahead of Jasmine Hume and Ella Sharp. So Jessica and Jasmine are both in our 16-year-old category, with Ella in our 17-18s.
A few of the girls in our outside lanes in this heat sitting right around that 10-minute barrier, and it would be great if we could get them to cross onto that touchpad in a 9-minute. I don't care if it's 9:59.99. Let's see if we can get them there. The girls in the centre, they're all entered around the 9:54, 9:55 mark. Can any of them break 9:50? We always want to see if we can get some personal bests.
So that 10-minute barrier is about a 1:15 per 100, so it's 1:15.00. So we've got a bit of bonus speed in that first 100. So then we'll be looking for those remaining 100s to be holding sort of on that 1:15 if they're looking to break that 10-minute barrier. So Jessica Richardson continues to lead through the 300 with Jasmine Hume sitting in second place and Ella Sharp in third. Grace Richards in lane 8 from Surrey Park is holding down fourth place, the 17-year-old athlete. Will be in with contention to pick up a medal in that 17, 18-year-old age group.
So onto the turn here, Jessica holding off Jasmine. Over in lane 1, Ella Sharp still in third. Bit more spread out in the field across this one. So a lot of these athletes are going to have to switch into that almost tunnel vision of what are we doing, what is my race plan, and stick to their own race throughout.
And that challenge of maintaining tempo when you're by yourself, what all good distance swimmers can do as we make our way through the 400-metre mark here with Jessica Richardson closely followed by Jasmine Hume. So those two are under the 450, Ella Sharp at a 451. So all three of them have given themselves a good chance to swim under that 10-minute mark, which is what those athletes will be looking for. Ella is yet to break that 10-minute barrier, with the other two swimming in the 950s before.
So Nick, tell me how you would break down an 800-metre freestyle. What are you looking for? What are those key moments or key elements of this particular event?
So we've moved through the first 200 with that what feels like easy speed. That second 200 we want to try to feel like we're building to keep that tempo on. And now we're into this third 200 which we're swimming now, which is a really important 200. You really have to feel like you're almost starting afresh, attacking that race from that 400-metre turn to help us maintain our rhythm. And then when we get to that last 200, which we're quickly approaching as we go through this 500-metre turn, it's everything you've got.
Well, we know the girls are going to bring it home with all that they've got left in that certainly last lap. We definitely see that always occurring. Even the last 100, I think you almost get that adrenaline rush just from hearing the sound of the bell. But at this point in the race, you talk about feeling fresh. What are they probably actually feeling? You're trying to feel fresh. I can't imagine it's like that in the water.
No, they will be feeling very sore and tired and going, 300 metres sounds like a long way, but the challenge here is to maintain those good skills under fatigue, feeling like you're accelerating. If you can feel like you're accelerating, then you'll be holding your speed, holding your rhythm, same breathing patterns that you've been practicing in training. Think about, am I meant to be bringing my legs a little bit more, making sure I'm finishing my stroke off, not pulling my arm out too early, and then really working in and out of each wall. Although it's a distance race and we might not be going 10 metres underwater, really want to accelerate in and out of every turn. As our race in front, as they approach this 600-metre turn, is getting nice and tight, with Jasmine moving up alongside Jessica with 200 metres left to swim, with Ella Sharp only 5 seconds behind over in lane 2. So with 150 metres left to swim, Jessica and Jasmine are going head to head. So with 150 metres to go, Jasmine and Jessica and head to head, with Jasmine moving into the lead for the first time on that last 50. So our 16-year-old from Melbourne Vic Centre has now taken over the lead with 110 metres left to swim. Jessica Richardson is sitting in second place as they receive the bell. And Ella Sharp sitting in third place. So with 75 metres left to swim, our leading three athletes are really putting together a good performance and are looking to swim well and truly under their personal best time. Jasmine has accelerated across the pool in this last 200 metres to extend out to almost a 5-metre lead. Ella Sharp is coming hard for Jessica Richardson in that battle for second place as they're going to turn into this last 50 less than a second apart.
Yeah, she certainly timed this race very well and pulled away incredibly great effort here by Jasmine Hume in a lane 5. Really dominant throughout the second half of this 800. As we come down towards the finish, it's going to be a strong swim from her. That race for second, though, continues. Ella Sharp has closed the gap entirely now. She might narrowly have a slight advantage over Jessica Richardson as she comes into the finish, and she will get there in second. So Jasmine Hume in first. 9:43.99 ahead of Ella Sharp, 9:47.75 with Jessica Richardson, 9:48.21.
It's great to see all those three under that 9:50 mark, so personal best from all our top three athletes there in our sixth and final heat. Grace Richards knocking a couple of seconds off in her 5th place finish in lane 8.
With our final 2 athletes in the water coming into touch now. Luca 10:24.64. And then it will be Holly in a 10:33.07 to conclude our Session 2 racing here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Thank you so much for joining us for our heats today, and we look forward to welcoming you back for finals this afternoon.
So the competition for our finals kicks off at 5 p.m, and we look forward to seeing you both in the venue, on our live stream on the Swimming Victoria YouTube channel and on KO Freebies throughout this long course season.